Wow. Different frames already. Dropping
Oh.
frames. That's a lot.
Hey, Renegade.
Should have rebooted. I was contemplating whether to reboot or not. It's going down. So that's good. Yeah. By the way, I got if anybody has read chat, I got a copyright blast on my last stream from Wednesday. From and if anybody went into the timestamp, if you saw the timestamp on the little screenshot that I did in the members only, it's a minute long, right? It's a 6-hour stream, but 1 minute in there, it picked up as some song, like some random song, because somebody had subbed, I believe, and I said their name, and their last name was Wozniak, and so I said so and so Wozniak, welcome. But for some reason, the audio, my microphone, like it chopped Wozniak, and it chopped welcome, right? So it was like like it was weird, right? It was weird. I had no idea that it happened. and it chopped that statement, and the fucking genius YouTube AI algorithm picked that up as a completely separate song. So it was like 1 minute it picked this up. And because the regular Minecraft music was playing in the background, so there was a little rhythm to it, and then my chopped words, it just was like, oh, this is this song. And so even detecting 1 minute out of a 6-hour stream, it was like, oh, this, all the monetization is going to go to this other person. The content system in YouTube is so broken. It is so bad. I just could not imagine being a really big channel and how much they have to deal with, right? Because the more intense or the larger the channel, the more people are going to try to siphon money off of your work, right? So the Markiplier or Mr. Beast, or some of those channels, people are desperate to siphon money off of those, and yeah, I can't imagine what they go through as far as their content moderation. I just couldn't. Because there are companies, some company in Indonesia files a copyright of some clip, and then tries to copyright a bunch of channels that use that clip, even though they don't own the copyright to it. They can still, and some channels don't fight it because it's a huge risk when you fight it. It's a huge risk because the power is not in the content creators, and that's the biggest problem I have. There is no innocent until proven guilty. This is a copyright detection, and the people who decide whether it is or not are the actual people who claim the copyright. It's the stupidest thing. And hi there, that's a long name. BTMR BNR TNTR TZENTNET. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I'm not even gonna try. Anyway, here we are in our Minecraft world. I get a feeling they changed the music for Minecraft. I don't know why. Especially in the Nether, I really love the Nether music now. It's like I don't know, something's different.
One of the songs is eerily similar to the Vintage Story
That's
soundtrack.
that's funny. I did finish the schematic building of the rest of this build here. And yeah, we have a nice build. I did redo the entrance a little bit, getting it ready for the next phase of that. It's just kind of a side project. However, I've worked the last couple days. And yeah, today's all about generators. And I needed power. The void miner has been off like all week because this thing sucks so much power that our current power gen is not even close. We are maybe 25% power gen. So we need more power. And how do we get more power? Well, there's a few options. When you have near infinite resources that we do, because of said void miners, you can do all sorts of shenanigans. And there is an ore processing system I want to set up for that. This is the prototype, right? So this here is the prototype. And so to show this off, let's say take a stack of redstone ore. We're going to put it into this chest here. Right? So we have a formation plane here, and then we have a heavily enchanted annihilation plane. Fortune 10, efficiency 9. Now I'd really love to get the hyper enchanting going, because you can even push it higher than that. If we put a Fortune 10 book in a hyper enchanter, we should be able to get Fortune 12, which would be pretty crazy. So that was one stack of ore gave us almost 10 stacks of redstone, right? And so yeah, I have an idea for that, but some way of regular. I've already got the AAE system able to see all the things in here, but I'm not automatically exporting any of this stuff to get the materials yet, which is the system I'm thinking of. Because you'd need an export bus with a redstone card with a level emitter that, or I think Extended AE has a threshold level emitter, which is really nice. It's basically an RS latch, which is really, really cool. I'm actually using that on the Certus Quartz over here. So the Certus Quartz is that threshold level emitter. So, I had it stop at 300,000 Certus Quartz, which is a lot, and the thing won't turn on again until it's like below 4,000. So I don't think it'll ever turn on again. But yeah, this sort of system, you'd need like an export bus. Although, is there precise? See, there's a threshold export bus, but it looks enemy threshold export bus works when the quantity of an item that's stored in an enemy network is above or below the threshold. Oh, so that would actually do better. Okay. The threshold is same as above, the mod is set to below. It exports copper when the stored. Oh, it exports copper when the stored copper. So it exports the same thing as the thing, and that's I'm exporting the ore when the drop is below, which is different. I need the emitter to be the drop, but the export bus to be the ore. So the threshold export bus wouldn't work. So the system is a little bit more complex. But what I usually do is I usually do import buses with a level emitter, and then just let them auto sort itself out. But then you need literally an import bus and an emitter on almost every single chest. Not every single, but almost every single chest. So, but when it comes to generators, I want to get into and play around with a couple of them today. Mainly, why am I not? There we go. So Create New Age has the magnetite blocks here, and I want to build this system up, just to see what it does, and how it looks. Take a couple screenshots. The other thing I want to do is create a room or a build or something somewhere, some sort of build that is a almost like a blank room with a really flat texture wall, like just like some really bland like white concrete, right? To be able to build buildings in and then take screenshots and have really nice clean screenshots. Right? Like imagine what you would do if you post something to, in the classifieds for sale or online or something like that. Like you don't want to take a good picture of it. But as far as like power now, I've got a little thing here. Properly named. This is what we were working on right at the tail end of last stream. What happened? Why is that's weird. There's like black railroad track right in the middle of anyway. So I got this building here. Yeah, and I'm still kind of working on the design out here. I've done some work on it. These little strips here, I want all the way around, but it's just kind of a tedious, like you count four blocks in, and then the fifth block is the thing, and then 4 blocks, and then the fifth block, 4 blocks, and then the fifth block, and then you do the same from the other side, and it works out, and there's 4 in the middle. So it works out. Anyway, so this is going to be like an pavement, right? It's going to be like asphalt or something like that. I think. Anyway. And then in here, ta-da, we have a thing. We have a thing in here. Now remember, there's like a mega torch like down there somewhere, which is why we're not getting mob spawns here. Mega torches for the win. But yeah, this system. I mean, I searched, and I searched, and I searched, and I found a bunch of we'll get into this in a second. I found a bunch of old references to Mechanism. I even looked on the Mechanism wiki, finding information on the Mechanism reactors is so hard. I was looking all over for some easy way to calculate. I have this kind of reactor. What kind of turbine do I need? What build? What size? Right? What are the? There's so little documentation and so little help as to how to figure this out. It's almost like the mod author wants your place to blow up or something. I built this. I just winged the sizes. I was just like, "Oh, this looks like a big, this looks like a good size, and this looks like a good size." So we're gonna go with it. Although the turbine is a little on the derpy side. We'll get to that in a second. But, oh man, I'm Still waking up. So this has a max burn rate of 200 millibuckets per tick, which is not a lot. It's good. It's not the max at it. This is this is a long ways from the max size of a reactor you can build. You can build a unholily big reactor if you really want to. I think the max size of these things is like, I don't know, 17 by 17 by 17 or something like that. But yeah, which is crazy. This one is like 9 by 9 by 11, I think it is. And then the turbine, so this has a 200 millibucket burn rate. It doesn't tell you what kind of steam it makes, or how much steam it makes. And then this capacity max flow, 8,700 buckets per tick of steam. So I don't know what that reactor is going to make. There's a formula that decides that. And then we have vents is limiting and blades is limiting. So this means that there's a couple things in here that are limiting the, just limiting the statistics of it. It's not ideal. But finding that ideal, you could just sit and tinker with it. I could raise it up one, add more vents. I don't know. The entire area around this thing is covered in vents. And then the top is covered in vents. So like, I'm not really sure like what I did find the formula. The mechanism wiki is atrociously bad, but they do have in there. I don't know if it's up to date or what, but oh, damn it, I can't stop yawning. But yeah, they have like the things in there are pressure dispersers. So that's what those things inside of there are. And that's along the inside of that. Atop of the rotor, there's something called a rotational complex. And then on top of that is a mat, like 7 electromagnetic coils. You need a coil for every 4 blades. And yeah, every 4 blades you need a coil. But I don't think you need more than 7. So again, there are probably better ways to build this than what I've done here. Typically always you build the turbine is bigger than the reactor. 100% always. Reactor will always produce more steam than what its equivalent size turbine can consume. So you always build a turbine bigger, and I just was like, all right, well, I'm going to build it bigger. So it fits. This is basically the chunk boundary. So this is in one chunk and this is in another, but all 4 of these are all loaded. And so this should give us some power, right? And if we look, power production max is 27 million FE per tick, right? So I'm not worried. I doubt our reactor is going to be able to push that to that limit. It would be a rare thing. The trouble with reactors is keeping them cool. So the water, as you can see, I have over here. I don't have integrated dynamics. Integrated dynamics with the sink is the absolute best solution for that, because you can literally move 99 million millibuckets per tick with integrated. It's by far the biggest. And so yeah, this I did buff the mechanical pipes. To 64 buckets per tick pump rate. So these fill this thing up really, really fast. So I'm not worried. I'm not too worried about the water. These things are fine. But just in case, I have over here. These are vital, by the way. If you build your reactor without these things, you are asking for trouble. You're just demanding that it blow up on you and spoil your area. So these are logistics adapters, right? And you can put a few of these in. 4 is kind of the magic number for me, but these 3 are set, right, to a different red thing. So we have one that's high temperature. If the temperatures reach dangerous levels, it will output a signal. The next one is excess waste. If the waste fills up, that's bad too. So that if there's excess waste, output a signal. The next one is insufficient fuel. If it's not enough fuel, it's not really in danger of melting down if there's not enough fuel. But it is a thing, right? If there's not enough fuel, what you don't want is it to like stutter on and off. Like you don't want to do that either. So if there's insufficient fuel, which there is because there is 0 fuel. There's no fuel in here, so this one is outputting. And then all 3 of those is basically like an AND, or no, not an AND gate, an OR gate, right? If this or this or this are on, this line will be lit up. And this line lit up goes into this, which is a Project Red circuit. It is a simple inverter, right? It inverts the signal. So in comes red, out is empty, right? So on and then off. Because this last one is set to activation. Activate the reactor when powered and deactivate when unpowered, right? So when there's a problem, it's powered. This is the opposite. This will turn the thing on when it's powered. So you have to invert the signal. You have to invert it. Otherwise, hey, there's a problem. Oh, I'm going to turn on. Like that would be bad. So yeah, this inverts the signal and then goes in. So as soon as this has enough fuel, as soon as this has enough fuel, that will turn off, which turns this invert off, which turns this on, thus turning on the reactor. And then we will come up with a solution for the power, using induction. There's the induction cell system. But I want to do the induction cell, only the lithium, right? The lithium dust that you usually need like big multi-block things for. I've actually got a second way of getting this, and that is the pulverizer with the factory must grow lithium, right? I can take that, process that into blocks, and grind the blocks for 12 dust. I added this recipe, I believe. I'm pretty sure I did. It's not telling me. I don't have the. Oh, there it is. Recipe ID. Yeah, KJS. That's CubeJS. That's the recipe I had. Did I add this one too? Yeah, I added that one. So you can do individual ingots, or you can get a better return by using them. So rather than build those big thermal plant thingies, we can just grind up the lithium that we already have. Because the lithium, the factory must grow lithium, is literally, it's got like one use, and that's it. And we're not going to use it for that. So I've got all the ore in the world and all the ore being generated with nothing to do with it. It felt wrong not to use the lithium. So, how do we do the fuel in this? Well, there are a myriad of tutorials out on YouTube for this. And so, if you have specific questions, you can ask if a particular thing is problematic. But I have over here, it sort of laid out and labeled. And it's labeled right now because right now where the dirt is, that's where the power lines are all. So the power is going to be all under here. So I didn't want to break this down and power it until I covered it on stream. So, last time we set up all of these bookmarks for all the things that we needed, and we needed all the machines, which obviously I went ahead and automated, so all the machines are in here. But to come at it, this thing here makes fissile fuel out of uranium hexafluoride, right? Uranium hexafluoride makes fissile fuel in the isotropic centrifuge, which is what this is. This little beast, as far as power, this little beast here is an insane amount of power. I've got all of these maxed out as far as upgrades, right? Speed and energy. I'm going to have to put muffling upgrades. But this is 300,000 power per tick. 300,000 power to make, to make the thing. It's a lot of power. I think it is. I guess it says it needs 318,000 power, but that's what its battery is. What does it use per anyway? I know for a fact this thing uses a ton of power. Like it's obscene. And then all of these others combined, use a healthy amount, but not nearly as much as like the end. But anyway, God, boots. I really should remove the step height. I want to get the step height to just 2 blocks. I don't want to jump up 3 blocks. That was just too much. Okay, so there's 2 different sides to this and how I laid this out, right? And this is a pretty efficient way, but this kind of way is not really expandable. Right? You can't add crafts to individual steps very easily with this. So doing it this way, you're sort of locked into whatever amount per tick you can make with this. And so that would be where you're limited in terms of your reactor. It's like whatever fissile fuel rate this has, then that would be your reactor. Whatever amount per tick, you would just set your burn rate, and you would have basically net neutral fuel. So yeah, this way it's not really expandable. I've done it in the past where each step is sort of its own line, and I was able to add machines to individual steps because there are a couple steps in here that are slower than others. Just warning you right now, this is not ideal, and we may eventually, we should redesign this to be expandable because there's many aspects of this that are just wrong, because they're slow, much slower than the other ones. I can't remember which steps because I don't do this enough to know that offhand, but I do know, like, yeah, some of these are slow. But anyway, this right here is uranium hexafluoride, which goes into here. I kind of lined everything up, so this points right into that. So this is uranium hexafluoride, which needs 2 different ingredients. One of them comes from this side, and this is a super easy side. If both sides were like this would be great. But uranium ingots go in here, yellow cake comes out. This one, yellow cake goes in, and the uranium dioxide comes out, or uranium oxide, I should say, right? So yellow cake goes in, uranium oxide comes out, which goes in here as this side, which is uranium hexafluoride. So there's uranium oxide. Now the other side is all of that. So this side is 2 machines. This side is, 6 machines. It's spicier, right? So this one is sulfuric acid plus fluorite, right? The little piece, which is why I have a laser anode. So sulfuric acid and then the fluorite gives you hydrofluoric acid, which is the other ingredient here. And so sulfuric acid, the fluorite that we've got up here, we got sulfur, fluorite, and uranium in this chest. Yeah, the red, yellow chest is basically the ingredients for this whole process. And so, yeah, the sulfuric acid plus fluoride is hydrofluoric acid. And then sulfuric acid is sulfur trioxide plus water vapor. And the water vapor comes from back here, just a condensator set to decondensatrate. It should be evaporate, but we won't think about weird words that don't exist. Condensator, I don't even think that's a word, but it is in mechanism. So decondensating, it is basically turning water into water vapor. It's basically evaporation. And then the sulfur trioxide is over on this side, right? Which is oxygen, right? I have this labeled, plus sulfur dioxide, and the oxygen comes from this one, which is, again, water made into hydrogen and oxygen. Now, you're going to get twice as much hydrogen out of this as oxygen. So this step might need extra machines because this is kind of slow. And then the sulfur dioxide is just sulfur. This is where the sulfur dust comes in and just makes sulfur dioxide. So that, in a nutshell, is the fissile fuel line in a compact little corner. And there are definitely steps in here. Again, there are definitely steps that you would want to expand upon in order to have enough stuff. Now you can do that, in situ, or you can do that with an AE system. And I don't know. I'm at a loss. Like I'm not sure what this thing maxed out is capable of, but I do know that we are going to need. There are a few steps in here that we're going to need more things. And unfortunately, I already went through here and managed all of the sides. All of my side configs in here are set so that it's all perfect, right? If I hook all these up, power them all, get all the gubbins in them, they would all work and make me fissile fuel. But the export buses and import buses, somewhere in here. Now, I'm not sure if we can store nuclear waste in the AE system. Usually there's a strict limit of what you can store. Sometimes there's like a special cell. Ooh, polonium is spicy. Look at that. 50 will not decay. I don't know. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, usually there was the applied mechanistics mod, which I do have a chemical cell in here, and I've got enough to make some more if I need them. But this is 5 types. I was planning on having the fissile fuel go in, stored in here, and then the waste come out, stored in here, and then push that out into the waste production or waste refinery system. That's what I was planning to use this, but we might expand on it. Maybe. Maybe. If I just leave this here as a reference, that would help. Be kind of a waste, but we can use this area in here for the actual production of it. I doubt we would need more enrichment factories, but you never know. These again, these are um, these are relatively slow in some of these steps. Again, I wish I could remember which steps they were. Because last time I did this, I had a whole line. I had every step basically in a line and then branched out, sort of like we do a factorial main bus. Like I had everything sort of cascading into the thing, and if I needed more machines in a certain step, I would just amplify that. So if we look at that, what would that look like here? Let me grab some dirt. Basically, we would have a line here. This would be the enrichment chamber. So let's grab another one. I mean, I expected a little bit. Oh, steel. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is the enrichment chamber. And then the next step was the chemical oxidizer. Chemical oxidizer. Like that. Okay. And then we had. I'm leaving a gap of 2. Is that enough? Maybe. Then it's the chemical infuser. And this is the uranium. This is the actual product that we want. Right? So that's the 2 steps. Now we have 6 more steps. So just to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a different way of doing it. That's all stretched out and like. So this step here is basically the final product before the centrifuge. The centrifuge we can put. You don't need many. These are actually decently fast. They consume an unholy amount of power, but they are pretty fast. And then a lot of these other machines, you won't need more than one, but some of them you will. So that's kind of why I'm building it like this. Yeah, some of them you will. So if we look at this step here, chemical dissolution chamber. Here. I should put up signs on all these as well. That would help. Sign. And of course I need more signs. And of course I need more planks. Even like every time I make planks, I make 1,000 at a time, and I still run out so fast. Mainly because of the framed blocks. I craft like 1,000 of those at once. So this is like yellow cake. Okay. And this is uranium oxide. This is uranium This is hydrofluoric acid. The fact that I know these is scary. It's yeah. Anyway, next is sulfuric acid, and that is a chemical infuser. And there it is. So this is sulfuric acid. This is sulfur trioxide. Okay, sulfur trioxide. Well, sulfuric acid, yeah, is going to need water vapor. That might. No, see, I was looking on the top of the machine. There you go. And yeah, sulfuric acid is the rotary condensator. And this is going to be water vapor. Sulfuric. Okay. Because this goes down to here. And there's no reason to have another line because I don't. And the next thing is oxygen and sulfur dioxide. That's sulfur trioxide. This is sulfur. Yeah, this is sulfur trioxide. Yeah. What machine is that? Another chemical infuser. A lot of these chemical infusers. And then this is going to need the electrolytic separator. Now, I don't know what we could use the hydrogen for. We're going to have a metric ton of hydrogen. This is going to be water vapor. Okay. So, oxygen, sulfur dioxide equals sulfur trioxide. So this is sulfur trioxide. This is the water vapor. And we could technically put, because this has got two different things coming into it, right? The sulfur trioxide is this plus another one. Or we could just, this step here is the last one. Chemical oxidizer. This one might be one of the ones that we need many of. So let's just go ahead and make this a different line. Chemical oxidizer. And that is chemical oxidizer. Here. Sulfur. Okay. So that is the same build. I guess I don't need this. Yeah, check this shovel out that I made. Lucky netherite shovel of the Lightbringer. So the shovel, you can right click it and place a torch, which is great. But this thing has got like crazy stats on it. like crazy, right? First of all, it's got mending and breaking 8 and efficiency 9. But you gain haste on block break. The tool has netherite effectiveness against all blocks. So I can literally use this shovel to mine everything. And it ignores 98% durability. Right? So but the base apotheosis is this item ignores 38% durability. But then I have a gem on it that ignores another 60% of durability damage. So that's 98% durability damage that it ignores. So yeah, you can mine some serious shit with this shovel. It is the shovel of destiny, basically. So yeah, I really don't need any of the other tools I have on me. I just it's so powerful. I have to be careful because the block reach is so far. Look at that. I'm able to reach that far block way over by the torch. Way over there by the torch. That's how far this thing is. So when I'm like I literally made this to terraform this land here, right? I was like really frustrated. I wanted to terraform it. And I was like, because this hill here was all discombobulated. I was just like, I want a nice clean build, because I plan on putting like those big circular steam cooling towers around here. So you know, there's more development, but it's basically eye candy, right? All the eye candy stuff I kind of left. But let me know if the music is too loud. I can turn it down. It's loud in my ears, and then Vejos is continuing work on the rail system. Not sure why he opted for like right along the water. Like, you literally never really see this. Like, but anyway, he raised this up a block for this setup here, but for some reason it raised the other one. I don't know. And then there's that weird, I don't know, is this a lighting thing? Is this like just not lit?
The black track.
Ah, yeah, it was. It wasn't lit. Yeah, it was just mislit. Okay. So what do we do? What do we do now? We have to figure out sort of a standard way of input output on all these machines. I'm thinking power. Let's do universal cable. So this is the power. Okay, now thinking the output on the bottom on all these is this output bottom will go right into here, which is what we want, right? Water vapor, sulfuric acid, and then let's see, sulfuric acid, which goes to hydrofluoric acid, which goes to this right here. Again, this is the finished product. Well, finished. It's all of these machines go into this machine. So how do we do that? How do we do that smartly? Hmm. 'Cause we need access to both sides. We can insert into this side and insert into this side. But then if we have another one, yeah, I mean that would work. It would not work with tubes and such. We would need to use AE. And I was really hoping to avoid a super complex AE system. Because I don't know like what the cost would be on like what the difference would be if you had a bunch of tubes simulating the movement of things, or if you had an AE simulate. Like, is there even a difference? Program like performance wise, is there even a difference between those two? Something tells me that there's not a difference if you have a bunch of export buses or a bunch of tubes. Like they're all going to be. I mean, at least export buses, the export bus itself is simulated. With a tube, all of the tubes are simulated in the line. If you have 50 tubes, they're all being ticked. Whereas an export bus is just a single thing that ticks. So instinct tells me that the export bus is the way to go. So let's do. Really, I need. Just make some nodes. Make some nodes. That. And let's see if I can guess. Uranium hexafluoride. That's. I'm looking straight at the top of the machine, putting it to the side. Yeah, uranium hexafluoride. Oh, what? Oh, right. It's this one. Hydrofluoric acid. That's the one I needed. And then uranium or sulfur dioxide. And I think these are too far apart now for one network. I would need something in the middle here to bridge those networks. Because they can only be 8 apart, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe. I don't know. Let's try it. Let's see. Too far. Yep. One square too far. How about this one over here? Same thing. Yep. Of course, it's one too far. One square. One square. Put that there. Put that there. We'll figure out the power in a second. Kind of the easy part about the system. Sidedness is a thing. There's just no easy way. Putting this in here, that's fine. Getting these out and into here. Maybe do the bottom. Let's do. I don't have pipes on this. I thought we wouldn't need it because there's enough solutions for pipes. So we already have a laser node on there. So I think we're just gonna. Because again, this is an item being made into an item. This is an item being made into a gas. And then So let's set up this sidedness will be input output. Back is energy, and we're going to clear all of those, and we're going to eject. Well, I guess eject on. There is no ejection. Laser I/O I don't think supports ejection because there's no. It has to know where to put the thing before you can eject it. So yeah, this here will get that product. I don't need a bank of it. I don't need a 1,000 of it sitting in somewhere. I just need it to be dropped into here, and then this is going to get input on the top. The front will be, well, should we do the bottom as the output? And this can be eject on, because that'll be the gas. The bottom. It'll come out the bottom. So ultimate. Do we not have all? Yeah, we don't have any of the pressurized tubes. I thought I had all these automated. Apparently not. Basic pressurized tube uses steel, because of course it does. I did set up a secondary steel setup using the coke that we're getting from from the fuel system. We've got like 60,000. I was like, you know what? Might as well use it for the steel. So basic pressurized tube. Advanced pressurized tube. Elite pressurized tube. And ultimate pressurized tube. There we go. That's going to be a hot minute. Oh, more like 10 seconds. Nice. I also need some more ultimate universal. Okay. So there, just to verify, we're coming out the bottom. And then this. I'm pondering whether to do have it come out the bottom and then go into one of those chemical tanks, right? These things here. Ultimate chemical tank holds 8,000 buckets of gas. I mean, even in advanced 256. I mean, that's a lot. You could have all of the machines coming out into a tank. And then from the tank, you could basically have a storage bus on the tank, and then have export buses here. What I'm trying to avoid is overlapping tubes, right? If you have two tubes trying to insert two different things, like it's just gonna be icky and nasty. So I was trying to avoid that. But if we have this coming out into a tube, we could have a tank here, and then the tank we could have as per usual, my goddamn signs are they're just always in the way, no matter where I put them. They're just like, oh, because now I can do up to the side and not very stupid. It's just no matter what I do with the signs, they're always in the wrong place. Like those signs there, I would have had to break to put the power underneath, and I would have destroyed all the signs. And the signs don't keep their words when you break them. So yeah, it's just frustrating that when I set up a system like this, it's like it always breaks. Because yeah, we're gonna need a tube on this side and a tube on this side. And how do you keep them separate while having a tube coming out like the bottom to the next thing? Although this here technically is the product, right? This here is the thing that we want. So this particular case, we would have it come out and into maybe just a small chemical tank, and then that would have an import bus into there. But again, that we're gonna need a long flux cable. Yeah, there's a compact way of doing this that would be super space efficient, but not be expandable. And I always like to build expandable systems. So this system is very expandable. You know, we could add many more machines here. Remember, all 4 squares, all 4 of these are chunk load. So I have a feeling I'm going to need to move all these other damn signs. I just have a feeling that I'm going to have to move. Just because it's just my life. Never in the right spot. So let's do chemical. Yeah, basic chemical tank. Let's do like 10 of these. Put that there. Ultimate tube. Sign config. Gases. Output. Eject on. Items. Input left, input 2. Output is null. Right, so now we have a connection there, and that should go in there, and we can put like an AE import bus on the bottom or something. We can go underneath the floor with the wiring. It's gonna be a nasty bit of it's gonna be so nasty. And then we would have literally like an export bus here, an export bus here, and then we would have another chemical tank like here. Let's go side gases output eject. Okay, and then we could have a subnet. In order to protect channels, we could just have a subnet on here to export into that side, and then this side will just export into this side with a little gas tank. And I just have a couple different subnets. Subnets you don't really need. You don't need a lot of channels for. You're not going to use a lot of channels. And you would need as many channels as you would have these machines here. Which I don't think. Well, this one may be our bottom. I'm not 100% sure at this point what our bottlenecks are. Okay, so let's grab some Fluix cable. And go here. Here. Now, I don't know with Applied Mechanistics if they actually made all of the AE stuff work with chemicals. I have no idea. I've never used it before. All these years, I've literally never used AE for anything mechanism, ever. So this is all new to me. But I'm hoping that this is going to see that chemical, and I'll be able to export it here. Which will be uranium oxide. So I can even put, it's not liquid. Is there no... uranium oxide. Why is this? Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. So uranium oxide should be coming from there. And then this side was the hydrofluoric acid. That's going to come from here. So let's put this sidedness. Okay, these are going to get items. So input top. Okay. Gas. Output bottom. And where's the import gas? Because this is sulfuric acid in the little crystal fluorite coming on the top. So where are we going to get? Probably maybe the front. We kind of have to switch our mind because these are coming this direction. These are coming this direction. So, input from the front. And then we still have the output on the bottom. Right? Gas says output on the bottom. So, get another tube here. A tank here. And then the input here was the front. So pressurized tube there. There's probably a myriad of ways to do this. Because I don't need to fill my AE system with all these intermediate parts. I just don't. And we might have to redo this. Bottom. Oh, bottom is the output. Yep. Okay. So the bottom of this, that will be where the Fluix cable. Now I could move this step way over on this side. And then drag this ingredient all the way and redo all of it. I just can't. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Can't make me. Okay. So, this needs the input on the top. at least that we have a way to bridge that. No. Now input, output, top. Good. So this has got the sulfuric acid and the fluorite. So we're gonna need the laser IO stuff is actually the easiest part. Now water vapor, that is really easy. We switch this to deconcentrating. We get another sink. I know we're gonna need at least two. And ultimate mechanical pipe. Right? So the top is input. Let's turn all those off. Gases, the bottom is output. Oh. And that will be here. This was sulfuric acid, which needs water vapor on this side, which is side 2, right? So we go to gases. We say the top is actually input on 2. And we want to do again bottom as the output. And then the left is input 1 on this side, which is going to be this step. And then we have, again, bottom as the output. So we can grab pressurized tube. Yeah, and see how this would interfere. If I connect this, it would again, I haven't ever done it this way before, so this is just a massive like experiment for me. And then this here is sulfuric acid, which is hopefully what we could put into there. Okay, and then this gases output bottom. Should we do the front? I think we should do the front as the input one. Items. I don't think there's any items in this. Yeah. Why is there even an items config? There's literally no items that go into this machine. I think the front will have. I think the front will have input. Right. That'll be a little bit easier to have the front as the input, and then we can have an export bus there. Then this is the sulfur trioxide. So let's set that here. Let's set the chemical tank here. And again, this one, are these the same machine? They are. Wow. So this is the oxygen and the sulfur dioxide. So I believe the oxygen is on this side. No, the oxygen was number 1. So number 2 will be in the front. The bottom will be the output. Input 2 will be the front, and the top will be input 1. So the oxygen will come in from the top. Okay, and then the bottom is the output. Like that. And then we have another couple. We have a storage bus. Remember, all these are going to be basically subnets. They won't take a lot of channels, even though I could basically put them all on the system. It's not that many channels. I could put them on. Okay, and this here is more water. So we're going to have this items with no items. Gases. Oh yeah, this is going to be electrolytic separator. Looks like oxygen is going to be number 2 on this side, right? So we need to output 2 there. Output 1 doesn't go anywhere. If there's a use for the hydrogen, we can output that somewhere in some place. But number 2 goes down at the bottom. Fluids, we can come in on the top. And power doesn't matter. Okay, and then on this side, because we're outputting those, this side we want to dump excess. We don't want to dump excess on this side because we actually want that. And we want it to stop if it fills up. There's no need to dump excess on that. And then I think we'll be able to just do that for our water. We could put another sink here, but I don't know. Doing that makes sense. And then we want another pressurized tubage. Bottom. So the oxygen should come out. Push into here. Because we have the top is input 1. So it'll actually push into here. Okay. And then this is going to get an item in the top. The gas is going to go out the bottom. Again. And we can pop in another tank. Pop in another tube. Pop an export bus in the front. Make sure this gas is in the front. Yep. And then that. That. This is sulfur dioxide. Okay. Now, other than power, which is going to be an issue, I don't want to use like 10 flux points. That would be a bad idea. Or I have to figure out a way to do power universally. Okay, let's just make sure this one is set right. Input on the top, output on the bottom. Power doesn't matter. Okay. And then this is the sulfur dioxide. So this, we want to put an item card. Let's just max it out. Doesn't really matter. But we want a filter of sulfur dust on this. And I can't believe I'm almost out of filters. Why? Filter. I don't remember using that many filters. I don't know how. And then this one is the fluorite. This. I did do an extract. Insert. What am I doing? Insert sulfur dust. This. Insert fluorite. Now you can toss in the blocks. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a I'm pretty sure there's a power difference, of course. This takes 900 sulfuric acid and turns it into 9 buckets. That's a 10x increase. This one takes 100 sulfuric acid and makes 1,000. So that's another 10x increase, right? So there's no, well, would there be a savings? Because this is probably 9. Yeah, this is 9. So that'd be 900. Oh no, there's literally no difference between these two. There's no savings there. And then we are gonna probably need a crusher or a pulverizer to make fluoride dust, because this is needed for the polonium or plutonium. So we are gonna need the fluoride dust. I don't know why you can't use the non-dust version, but it is what it is. So that is fluoride, and then way over here we have special one. We have this insert uranium. I've been having some issues every time I restart the server. So one of the reasons I didn't want to restart the server for today. Every time I've restarted the server, all of my ingots, not all of them, but a ton of ingots, swap. The big one being lead. Like, it'll just swap from making this version to making like the mechanism version, right? And then next time I reboot, it'll swap it back. And all my recipes, for some reason, that allow substitutions isn't working. There's a bug in AE where that allow substitutions breaks sometimes. If it's expecting a certain ingot of lead from a mod, for some reason, it doesn't like when that ingot just suddenly changes. So, anyway, okay, so this has got to be a little bit different, because this is inserting on white, which is kind of the default. I tend not to try to use white. But we also need an extract on this, right? Extract on black, and then we're going to extract yellow cake uranium. And then over here, we want to insert on black. And because that's the only thing being exported, I don't need to filter this at all. It's the only thing being pulled. It's literally the only item movement that we have in between machines is the yellow cake coming out of here. Okay. Now, that is done. We need to bridge this one over here to this one, and we can use a laser connector. I don't. It is this there, 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 there. Wait. Don't I need? Don't I need like? What does this thing make? Yeah, I need the why did I do that? Um that sounded bad. Did that break? Like break? I think it did. Huh. I didn't think those could break. Oh, I did break. Yeah, I should not use this. I should not use that shovel inside. That shovel is like an outdoor toy, not an indoor toy. I don't think I set. I don't think I set up this. So this is basically evaporating the water. So input fluid on the top, gas is on the bottom. Yeah, I just didn't put in the tubage on this. And then hopefully this is actually set right. Gas is in the top. Yes. Okay, good. Yeah. Whoops. Because these I might need more of. These I might need more of. I just don't. I don't remember which ones of these I need more of. So I'm just kind of winging it. Now, let's see. I think that is essentially everything outside of power, and I need to again hook this up. So I need another one of those laser doogalackies because for some reason the other one broke. I didn't think they could. And then up here, we're going to need, I'm not going to turn it on just yet, but we're going to want an extract up here to extract all of these, right? So I don't want to hook that up just yet. It'd be nice to get power. Can somebody make a big batch of speed and energy upgrades and muffling upgrades? I think I might have already made the muffling upgrades. But yeah, we need some speed and energy.
I'm gonna use a big batch.
For all of this stuff. And then the centrifuge I want to make right now. I don't want to tear this system down because this is kind of my layout. This is kind of telling me what I need. So we're going to do a centrifuge here because we might need more than one of these. But yeah, I know these things are crazy expensive.
Based on the number of machines he's got, I'd say probably 20. Or did you mean a bigger batch?
20. Remember, it's 8 per machine of speed and energy.
Oh,
Okay.
Each machine can hold 8. But yeah, it's like a stack and a half or so of upgrade. Muffling is only 4. So speed and energy are 8, and then muffling is 4. Now I could use the muffler here and do it, but whatever. All right. So one of the other mods that I really wish that we had, and I mean it might be updated. I guess I haven't really gone looking because I'm afraid that we already have enough mods up. And adding more.
Never enough.
Yeah, you can always go more, but
You can never have too many mods.
yeah, well, challenge accepted. All the mods 10 has 414 mods on it. So yeah, that is the thing. Okay, I need a bunch of quartz fiber. Quartz fiber. Okay. Because each one of these subnets, right? Each one of these subnets is going to need a quartz fiber. Let's just verify. That one, that one, and that one, that one back there. And then I want an import bus. There. Nope. Import bus. Okay. This is not at all convenient. Okay. And then just double check before I close it all up. That's subnetted. That's subnetted. Because we need power. They need to be powered, but they don't need. Well, I don't need to communicate with these. That one's good. That one's good. And they have. Yeah, the import here is connected to it, so this is part of the network, but these are separated. That's how subnets work. The other thing I might want to do before I really finalize this is I might want to have these a different color than these. Though that would work. Okay. 'Cause these would branch out here and these would branch out way over here, which I think would be fine. I think that would be okay. And then the wires themselves, of course, I'm going to run out of Fluix cable. I would run out right at the very end. So let's get it now so I don't do that. Because you know that always happens. You get right to the very end and then you run out. There we go. And now we just sort of randomly place the blocks back in somehow. All this cobble we don't need. Okay, so this drive is connected to the bottom of this. It uses a grand total of 1 channel, right? It's got a lot of subnets, but just 1 channel. All of this combined is 1 channel, which is fine. And then power.
there can be some problems. Wow. Believe it or not, some of this, if you build a really big system, you can have trouble powering with all of this. And remember, when you have the upgrades, you can just shift right click the machine and insert all of the upgrades. Or basically all 8. You don't have to put them in individually. And of course, oh my god, I did it again. I did it again. Let's try that. Let's try that. This is the second time I've had to do this. There. No! Almost. I almost got all the way. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? It dropped down there? Is there a mod? I actually went out and looked, but I didn't know what to name it, or didn't know what to search for. I need a mod that when you break a block, it just falls exactly where the block is, exactly in that place. The random vector, like, splash when you break blocks, like, oh, this block is gonna go this way, this one's gonna go this way. I need a mod that is just like you break the block and it falls exactly where it's at. I need a mod that does that, because it's when you're building up high, like the big dark tower that I'm building, and you break a block and it just spits it off into some weird direction. It's just like, why? Why? Why does it have to get launched? And it's always away from you. It's always like, you know, we're going to go the opposite direction and we're going to fall off the building. Like, it's so annoying. Why is there no mod? There might be, but what do you call it? Right? I did a search for like block drop, break. There's too many generic words. Like, what do you call it? But yeah, if there's a mod out there that just drops the block straight down from where it was, it doesn't randomize the vector of where it drops, it just drops straight down. Please make it so. It is incredibly annoying that we don't have that. All right, so this power, this can hold 114 million FE, so it's a lot of power. Just these alone is 114. And then these over here, this is going to be even more. So we're going to put power in the bottom of this, and yeah, this is going to be a lot. Let's get ourselves a couple of flux points. Put one there. Put one there. This, well, yeah. Let's think about this for a second. I think the back right there is the main output. So as far as like the chemical tank, we need advanced, delete, because why not, right? Although that's gonna maybe. Export bus. Now this is a test. I'm not 100% sure if this is possible. This is kind of a test, and if stuff goes bad, then I will. I have no compunction about running commands to clear radiation. I didn't disable it altogether, but it's not something that I would mess with in a multiplayer. Too prone to weird server glitches, and you know, if some weird hitch happens with the server, you know, it just breaks. Okay, so this one is going to be uranium hexafluoride into here, and then whatever we make out of this. So here is the system here. Items, literally there's no items. And so gases, front is the output by default. What? Back is the output, front is the input. Yeah, front is the input. Front input, back output. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll apply there, and 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 there. And there. Okay. And you. And you. Muffle offagus. Yeah, it used to be. Yeah, they've really made quality of life on these upgrades and mechanisms big time. Used to be you had to literally load them like one at a time, and the machine would like load it one at a time, and it just it took forever to upgrade the machines, and it was just like, why? Like, why do you do that? And so yeah, they finally like threw in the towel and were like, yeah, we'll make it easy. All the upgrades all at once. Good to go. All right. So let's do the thing over here. We want to item card extract here, and they should all get, because we filtered the inputs, they should all get the right stuff. And I do believe I have stop with the thing. Yeah, I've got a crafting card for the uranium ingots, which I'm glad those haven't swapped. I've swapped them once already, by the way. But one of these days I'll learn how to make a mod pack legit and you know, won't suffer from this all the time. All right, time to drain all of our power. This is going to be fissile fuel line. Public bypass. It's a spicy amount of power, everybody. Like the 114 million power that's in this line. I wish there was a version of this that didn't have such a huge amount of storage in the pipe itself, in the cable. But that would be, you'd need a different mod. You need like the pipes mod. But yeah, it's not even halfway full yet. 50 million. 50 million. And then we want this one to be centrifuges. I think. Centrifuge. It's not a word I spell very often. Ooh, I spelled it right. Centrifuges. Excellent. And bypass limit. Of which there is no power available. It's gonna take a hot minute for that to warm up. While we wait, we can fill in our floor a little bit. I could maybe possibly put a I don't know if there's an easy way to do a facade. I know you can if I took this block out. There's a way to do it, but I'm gonna not worry about it right now. We're going to grab these small stone bricks. I don't think I have any of those. Offset, cracked, etched, sand. That'll do. There's definitely a way to do it over the top of this import box. But a facade would be anchor. Of course, we don't have any more anchors. We need 4 to do a facade. Let's try it. Is it going to allow me? There is a way to do it here. I would literally, I think, where, give me a wrench. Here. And a facade. And that. And that. I usually don't bother doing this, but, you know, for all of you guys at home. We can make it look pretty. And then I need more cable anchors. Weird that I don't have these things. I don't have an automation for these. Let's just make a bunch. Now it's not so, raw looking. Although a lot of people, work on hiding all the pipes and stuff. I actually like the look of all the pipes and such, just because it looks like industrial. It looks really good. We've already got sulfur dioxide. Device off. Oh, device offline. We need energy acceptor. And like this. And then we need something like boink. And then all of these should boot up. Please. Chemical item. Why, cat? You've been sleeping on the bed for the last 2 hours. Come out here to sleep in my lap. Only for 10 seconds. Because I'm talking.
Because logic.
Yeah, I'm talking today. All that sleeping on the bed makes her tired, so she comes out here. And then when she gets tired of my lap, she goes on the couch behind me. And then at night, she worries. She gets concerned it's too late, and then she wants to go back to sleep on the bed.
Because
it's amazing how much they sleep. Like, even I am like, wow, that's excessive. I like sleeping, but Jesus. Like, how does the species even survive? You sleep 80% of your life, and then the rest is just hunting for food, I guess. Although she doesn't have to hunt. She doesn't even hunt for the mices that were around. Although she does love the moths during the summertime. The moth gets in here, boy. She hunts that thing down. She doesn't eat them. She just kills them or plays with them for a while until they're dead. All cats are psychopaths. They will play with a half-dead animal for hours until it finally dies. Okay, I think we have this that's running. This is full. This is like way overkill. This enrichment factory is much overkill. We have this uranium dioxide. We have a problem. We have a big, big problem. Does anybody out there have applied mechanistics experience? Because this is not working. The storage bus is not seeing. The only thing we have here is a chemical P2P tile. Let's try, instead of a storage bus, let's do a Hail Mary and see if import bus works. Front export bus sulfur dioxide. And this is why, by the way, I don't ever use applied energistics add-ons. They never seem to work. So, okay, now let's remove this. I'm going to put the storage bus back. This is not seeing items that cannot be extracted. It's detecting that is not distracted. Not extracted. Is that because this is cited? Gases. Output. Aha! Score! It was the citedness. That was what it was. Okay. Woo! I almost only extract
Citedness?
Citedness. Okay, so this one cited output. This one cited output. Oh, this one's backwards. Which I wanna normalize these. So that one output. And again, this one here. This one we need output on the back. Okay, and then we have uranium oxide there. Why is this not device online? Export bus. It's seeing it. Input 1. Input 2. Gases. Oh. Why? So that needs to be input 1. Input 2. There we go. Yeah, this need to be the thing doesn't hold items. Well, I mean, technically it can, but who automates the tank slots? Like, we'll worry about like acceleration cards and all the gummins later. I just want to make sure this stuff is working, and it looks like we have liftoff. Yeah, I think this step here is one that we may need more of, which is why I made this very expandable. You can just drop all of them here, and because this is an item one, you just have more laser nodes on the top, and bing, bang, boom, you can put 10 of them on. This, however, really does need to be faster. It barely even tapped that, so And this is the uranium hexafluoride. So, what are we missing here? Probably the water up on top. I haven't hooked that up. So, yep, we have this going into here. This has got a huge, like a single tube holds 1,000 buckets. It holds more than the. That's crazy. Okay, and then we want to get the configurator and put it on fluids, and then go pull, please. Water vapor comes down here. This goes here. Oxygen comes down here. And this is empty? Or is it working? I'm seeing particles, which means something is happening. It's running. It's just not running very fast. Let me get acceleration cards and see if we can beef this up a little bit. Beef. There it is. Now we're talking. Okay. And then this one, probably the same thing. Beef. Bingo. Okay. Not enough energy. Yeah. That's going to be an ongoing problem until we get some fuel. Again, oink, beef. Beef. Okay. And then this step, hydrofluoric acid, uranium, good, good, good. Now we should be, no, probably this on the gases on the down should be output. And then this acceleration. Yeah, I missed the mod that allows you to shrink. So that was such a fun. You could really get all sorts of places with that. All right. Let's do a terminal. So glad these are automated. We have 30 buckets already. Okay. So now we want export bus. I don't really think we need a lot on the import bus here, but this is not that fast. So we want uranium. Heck, oh, we have already got that. Okay. So, why is this not uranium hexafluoride? Uranium hexafluoride. Cat's in a mood. Gases. Input on the front. Output on the back. Why? What? Uranium hexafluoride. 48 buckets. Why aren't you exporting, sir? Export. Do I have these backwards? Did I place this looking this direction? I think I might have. But this actually would be the back. The front would be the one with the square. So if that's the case, we can do input in the back, output in the front. There it is. And there we have pistol fuel. Oh shit. Yeah, there goes power. We have like barely enough power for this process. And then we want pistol fuel. Just getting a little bit of power. Just a little bit. Device offline. I'm going to disconnect this really quick. Give my power over to here. Get a little bit of pistol fuel. Pistol fuel! Half a bucket. Slowly. Slowly. Yeah, this thing needs... Yeah, it's 20... It says it's using 24,000. It doesn't say what it needs. I really wish there needs to be like a statistic in here. I know the mechanism people are definitely not watching, but there needs to be a thing in here that says max or some indication of what this machine actually wants. Telling me the needed is the internal battery, right? Saying what it's using is handy. Well, I want to know what the max power per tick is. Like, what is the goal? There's no indication in here. If it doesn't have the amount of power that it wants, there's no goal in here as to where that line is. All right, we're up to 18 bucks. I don't know. This one here is insufficient fuel. Output when the reactor has insufficient fuel to sustain a reaction. I don't know what that means. What does insufficient fuel mean? If we activate it, we're spinning up. Are those even moving? The blades are not moving. Well, we're making almost 6,000 FE per tick. That's a little on the loud side, mechanism. I want a little bit. It sounds cool. It sounds like danger just around the corner. So we're heating at roughly 2 buckets per tick. And we're at that amount here, and we're making 6,000 FE per tick. So this is literally the minimum burn rate, 0.1. So let's go up to like 1. Really? So this launches that up. This will... Holy cow. Yeah, that makes a difference. Let's connect this back in. All of the power. Just increasing that to 1 millibucket per tick is enough to basically power this whole system. 62,000 RF per tick. Well, it's not enough to power the system. Let's be fair. We are we're actually still net gain, which is good. And I've got power coming back into here, which should be... I want to just make sure, you know, we have the energy upgrades in here. Uranium oxide's filling up, hydrofluoric acid. So now we can go... You don't want to go from like 1 millibucket per, like your burn rate. You don't want to go from like 1 to 200. You want to increment. You want to go, you know, in increments and slowly. So let's go 2. We'll just go to 2. And now we're going to creep up on whatever burn rate we can supply or we can support. And now we double it again, and now we're at 125. Which I still don't think is enough to keep. Well, I mean, it's doing okay. This is still not... Wow. Still not enough power. That's crazy. Let's put another one here. No idea what. I honestly have no idea what this power surge does. I have no idea what this thing does. There's like, I've never been able to find documentation on what that switch is for. I have no idea, but it seems to work. What's happening? What's going on? Why is this? Water vapor's full. What's going on here? Sulfur, our chemical oxidizer. So this sulfur process is not fast enough. Which is the chemical oxidizer. Grab another one of these. Okay, and then we're gonna grab the configuration card. I've got so much crap in my inventory. I can probably put away some of the ME stuff, which we don't need. The configuration card retrieved configuration data. So then we put another one down and we paste it. So it's got all of the same settings. Gases, all the things. And we put another nope. Put that in my hotbar. And before you hook them up, get your filters and stuff set. And then this is sulfur test. Right, that way when you do hook them up, it doesn't go crazy and insert fluoride or something. And then we want a ultimate tube. We want a ultimate power. And then we want speed. Energy. Muffler. Now we just doubled the amount of sulfur dioxide we're making. Sulfuric acid. Interesting. Sulfur trioxide. Got plenty of oxygen still. We have 100,000 sulfur dust, and we have 145,000 sulfur ore, which if we look at the uses for, we can probably, yeah, we could, we could break it with fortune, and then we can grind it, we can grind the actual sulfur down to get the sulfur dust, which is fine. Not worried about ingredients. Same with uranium. We have hundreds of thousands of uranium. Okay, so the problem here is the radioactive waste. Interesting, the fissile fuel. It was actually in the system. It was more in the system. So, this answers the question whether or not the AE system can handle waste, which the answer is no. No, we can't. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to go old school with the barrel and the thing and the stuff. I really don't want to put it into a barrel right now because I want to process it, right? I want to process it. If you put it in a barrel, it's going to start to decay. And right now, this is the stuff that's useful. Nuclear waste, believe it or not. Doesn't sound like it would be useful, but it is definitely useful. And see, we're at 120. I think we might be able to push it. Let's go to 3. I want to build up enough power to make sure this is not going to go bad. Although we are building up a buffer of power. That. Anna's in a mood again. I kid you not, everybody. All week, she never does this. Ever. She's never run around the house meowing. Ever. It's only when I'm streaming that she does this kind of shit. It's so weird. Yeah, we might. This thing is building up power. I really wanted to get an induction still. Yeah, we got 400 million power right built up here. So, the polonium, let's go to... let's go home. I need to set up a quick little recipe. Process. All right. Over. Yeah. Better not puking. That would not cool. Yeah. I really didn't expect a lot of viewers today. I know the Spiffing Grid is doing a stream. The Civ Civ 7. It's funny, Civ 7 came out. Even the people who got early access to it are like, this is terrible. They did a really bad job. Like,
Oof.
everybody's complaining about the UI. They're like, yeah, the UI is horribly bad. And they straight up, this is funny, the Spiffing Brit did a long stream, like a 6-hour stream this week. And he talked about one of the early versions. He's been playing it for months. They gave him really, and for a long time, the British Empire was one of the civs that you could play, right, in Civ 7. And he goes, they took it out. They took out the British Empire, and they're going to move it into a DLC that's coming out in 2 months.
Wow.
They took content that was already in a previous version. They took it out, and they're going to put it into a DLC. And he's like, yeah, he goes, I have thoughts about that. Oops. This goes over here. Go. And this is another pulverizer set. Good. And I want to those. I want to down. These are my these are my boxes. Where did I put? Where did I put? I can't remember where I put this chest. I had to have put it somewhere where there's an interface. Where in the hells did I put it? Did I put it up here? What? Where the hell did I put that chest? I put a chest. It is, what coloration is it? It's like yellow, red or something.
Yellow, red.
Yellow. Yeah, that sounds right.
Right up here. Look up.
Oh, it's up here. Jeez, thought I was going crazy. I was like, I know it's somewhere. It's literally like, it's the thing that's supplying the thing. So here we have, the fluorite dust. This is gonna be needed to process like polonium. So this is a counting filter, which is trying to keep so many of things in stock in. And so we can do fluorite dust here, and I think we can control click it. Yeah, control click it to add another stack, and that will attempt to keep it stacking. And so yeah,
We have a main links in chat.
hey Mainlinks, how's it going? Okay, now with the fluoride done, we can look at waste. What do we do with waste? Well, throw that into another centrifuge to make plutonium, or we can use a solar neutron reactor and make polonium. Right? And those fluids need to go into a thing with the fluoride dust to make the thing, which gives us more spent nuclear waste. So the solar neutron reactor, first of all, let's get another centrifuge. These babies are not cheap. And a solar neutron reactor, which I grabbed the HDPE pellets that were already crafted that we've been kind of crafting from that system. The early power that Vehan set up. Yeah. This, I grabbed all of these. This system seems to be off completely. I don't know why. Looks like it's... Yeah, it is full. Yeah, it was full of substrate. What is substrate? I don't even know. There's parts of mechanism. I mean, I've been playing with mechanism for years, and there's still parts of it I've never really used all that much. Okay, let's go back to cheekily named area over here. So the solar neutron reactor obviously needs solar. And since we're in a room here, it's kind of rough. But let's put this here. What are the sidednesses? Is gases? Input on the bottom is the default? We can do this.
Couple of messages from main links.
Wow. Crazy. What do you need it? Is it a personal server? Wow. Is it a rack? Or is it like a 192 gigs of RAM? Woo. 6 terabyte. Jesus. What? Is that for a business or something that you run? That's an impressive amount of horsepower. For a server. Yeah, it's a server. What do you use? I mean, bottom is the input. Front is the output. Again, that's all those. Front is the output. Bottom.
We got AFK a little bit.
May want the back. Let's do the back as the input. Gases. Back. I want the bottom to be power. Gases. Back is input, bottom or front is output. Bottom will be power. Same with I did over here. Okay. And then you have to be very, very careful. We go to pressurized tube, right? With nuclear waste, it's radioactive. You don't need a high pump rate for this. 256 buckets per tick, not something you need for nuclear waste. We go to the basic ones, 750 millibuckets per tick. Well, this thing has a absolute max burn rate of 200. That's the most we could ever process. So like. Obviously, we don't need a huge volume coming out of this. So I think we're going to do a little basic setup and have these pop out the back and connect like this. And then to kind of control which gets what, well, first of all, fortunately, we're going to have to pop a hole. It needs solar juice. So we have to give it some solar. And then we probably want a brick thing of some shape. How about my favorite, sanded? I like sanded. It just looks more concretey. I know it's just like a noise pattern, but it looks pleasing. Pleasing to my eyes. All right. So we want a lever on this. Okay, so when the lever is off, this is redstone normal, and this one is going to be inverted, I think. Redstone detection normal. So when this is on, this will be operational. When this is off, this one will be operational. Let's put that to the test. Where's my basic pipe? Oh, there it is. This is indeed running. This one is not. Right? And then this is empty. And this is empty. So that was fast. This, we have to keep a very close eye on this. It would be very, very bad. I'd like to get an induction thing going, but that's going to take a little bit of extra setup for the lithium. We have plenty of lithium, by the way. Lithium. We have 100,000 lithium ore. And then we have a bunch of raw lithium, which I think is just straight up a smelt. And then lithium ingot. Well, is there... I don't think there is a lithium block. So we have to craft it into lithium ingots, then compress it into blocks, and then crush it into powder. So that's the best ratio. With the two added things in it. But the other thing we could do with this, is actually automate which one of these is on, because there's daylight detectors right here, or Project Red also has light sensor. And it also has a rain sensor, which is it's very handy for turning weather off if you have a way to do that. I did include Project Red, which is what I showed you back here. It's just a really nice way of doing redstone. I love Project Red. I love it. Loved it. Okay, so now what do we do with, say, the polonium? We can get a pressurized reaction chamber with water and polonium, and we get this spent nuclear waste. So we are going to need... I'm going to do a full, like, 64... and then we need a pressurized. Did I not? I need a pressurized reaction. Yeah. One of the mechanism machines that I didn't. Now, polonium for use. I'm thinking polonium, plutonium. Okay, so this is going to be used for both of those. So we need to and craft all of the things. Come on, there it is. Okay. Items. Let's do output front. Input top. Bottom is going to be energy. Eject on. Fluids doesn't matter. Energy doesn't matter. Gases. We're not going to output anything. It's already polonium in here. Look at that. So here, items, input, top, output front, bottom is the energy, back, well, back is the gas input. And then fluids everywhere is fine. So if we turn this on, this will start processing. This turns off. It still fills up, right? But this will process the waste that's in there and put it into here. And yeah, we need more muffling upgrades for sure. Oh. Okay. This is creeping up on us. This thing out of... It's saying it's out of power. That would be because I didn't hook it up with power. Gee, do we have enough power? So this will be waste processing. Bypass limit. This doesn't. Oops. That one doesn't need. That's solar. It's solar neutron. It's solar. So I don't need a power thing. Okay. So the little particles that you see off of this is it's an indication that the thing it's holding is radioactive, right? So the polonium that's inside is radioactive. So by breaking that machine, you would release that in places. And you don't want to do that. That would be bad. So it's not telling you, hey, it's actually giving radioaction. It's telling you, if you break this, bad stuff happens. So don't break it. And if you do have radiation in your chunks, you see those little green particles everywhere, right? They just randomly appear. I don't honestly know how they coded that. To be specific to the chunks, like I don't know how they did it. So we need water in here, which is a fluid. And we need the items. So I think what we might do is be a little cheeky about it. You there into there, and then here we're gonna have fluid extract. Might as well beef it up. Max it out. Extract 8 buckets every tick. On channel 3. And then on here, on the down, we want channel 3, which should fill up the water. And here on the down, channel 3, give me this water. Okay. Now, of power, I gotta remember that. Now, these are not upgraded yet. Now I want also. Oh, that just automatically gave me the right thing. How is that possible? And we have waste. This is the really spicy stuff. You don't want to mess with that. This is more radioactive, but this spent nuclear waste, spent nuclear waste just doesn't have a use. As far as I'm aware. There's literally, I'm hitting you, there's no use for spent nuclear waste. Now, I can't remember which one of these we need for the SPS. Okay, so supercharged coil, that's used. Okay, so the SPS uses polonium. So the plutonium here. Well, that just did not give us a whole lot of plutonium, did it? So we want an item on this. Did the right one. That's amazing. And then this is SPS casing. So these are used as well. So both of these are actually used. Now the output, since we have laser IO on here anyway, I might as well mix or grab me a white chest, pop that down, and then we can go here where on items top will be input output. And then again here, down. Oh, this input output. So this, I want polonium pellets. Well, let's just do item extract. So item extract. And then here. This is the spicy thing about laser eye. You gotta turn off automatic pull, grab me a card, set the card, and then insert. And then it'll work. If you set it first, it'll pull the stuff from all those chests and it'll just siphon it until you change the channel. You got to go through a few other steps if you want that heading. Okay, that can go away. This can go back. Obviously this is able to keep up with what we're pushing right now. Until we get an induction cell, I'm not really comfortable upping the burn rate. We've got more than enough fissile fuel, I think. Yeah, look at that. We got 300 more buckets in there. So we have more than enough right now to keep this up and running. And eventually this will fill up with the 21 billion RF, and we'll have to turn it on. All right, so the spent, what are we doing with the spent? Well, not a whole lot you can do with it other than just throw it into a bunch of radioactive waste barrels and hope it's enough to degrade it. I did bump it a little bit, a tiny little bit. I bumped it up. As far as how fast it will process. But yeah, it has to get to a full bucket before it actually processes. It's rough. So what do you do with this? Well, we're gonna dig down, like right here. A little ways. Then let's see, how do we want to do this? We want to go freeze, so now the thing about mechanism pipes is it will evenly distribute inputs if you have all of them connected with tubes, and then you hook the tube up to the supply in one shot. It will evenly distribute the items to all connections automatically. You don't have to micromanage. But I want an 8x8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So y'all can see. All right, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Remember, this was all underwater. That's why this is all cobble, is I filled it all in. Well, I didn't fill it in. A builder filled it in. Okay, so we want to connect all the things and the stuff. What we could do is double team it. We could do a layer on top and a layer on the bottom. Basic. Great. The barrels. I think you have to use either the bottom or the top to connect them. All right, let's clear out some of the crap out of my inventory. Jesus, it fills up fast. Basic pressurized tube. Remember, it will decay in these, right? The waste will decay. You just need enough barrels to allow enough of these to decay. It's a massive waste of ticks. It really is. I really wish they would invent a different way of doing this that wasn't so heavy on the tick rate. You know, some way of allowing these to degrade, or something to do with the waste, that didn't require you to have, you know, hundreds of barrels that ticked every tick like that. In my opinion, that would make a better solution. Yeah, I mean, we could do this. Okay, and then we want to round that up so you can see it doesn't connect to the side. So you need to do that. Basic pressurized tube. There. Now, before I look this up, I want to verify that we're pushing out in the right spot. So, gases. Is the waste... Isn't the waste a gas? Yeah, the waste is a gas. Front is going to be the output. Gases. Front is the output. Now, if I did this right, this will drain out completely. And this will drain out completely. And these are all empty. So all of those barrels down there, right? They've all got some gubbins in them. And I can go down tentatively and show that. And you can see spent nuclear waste is slowly ticking down. And that is why you build so many of these. Because it evenly distributes the stuff in the tube. It evenly distributes it, and then it'll just slowly all tick down. So the more of these you have, the more it ticks down, or the more every tick that you can basically process. Okay. I hope I explained that to everybody's sense. Of course, at least that's wire. There. Those. Go. Yeah, these don't really need, obviously they don't need, things. Words. I can't. They don't need upgrades. This one, yeah, this one can't have upgrades, period, but, I don't know. What do we need more of? Let's see. Fusion. Now I'm gonna put a moratorium on any using of these materials until we have basically like an SPS and a fusion reactor. So no mech suits, none of that shit. I don't want to see suddenly all of our good ingredients disappear out of my AE system. Right? I don't want to see it. Leave them alone. Once we have a fusion reactor up and we have an SPS, then we can look at, doing Iron Man suits and stuff. But it's going to take a while to build up that stuff. I had to put a kibosh on the liquid XP consumption because after getting that set up and after getting the apotheosis stuff set up and introducing the ingredients, I added recipes for like Godforged Pearls or Arcane Sands. We used almost 10,000 buckets of XP. We used 4 weeks worth of XP because people would just... It's really interesting mentally what happens when suddenly you have the ability to craft something. You think it's cheap, but in actuality, the amount of XP to re-roll or to upgrade like the gems, right? These socketed gems that we have, you can see like way down at the bottom of the screen, right? Those gems, to upgrade those gems, like I tested the waters with my shovel. I was like, all right, I'm gonna see what happens if I get a couple. I didn't even use all the sockets, but I just was like, what is it gonna take? And to upgrade like a flawless gem to a perfect gem, right? 150 levels to upgrade that, right? And then if you do that, right, and you have 10 gems that you use and you want all 10 to be maxed, and then you have multiple players that are doing that, the amount of XP that you use is actually unbelievably large. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of buckets of XP, which takes days and days to actually generate. I cannot turn my mob spawner on, right? I can't manually spawn mobs because that uses XP. So it's a net loss of a system, right? So we literally saved up. I one of the very first things I set up in the map, if you remember several streams ago, was this little simple mob. Well, that XP that has been building for like 4 weeks, we went through over half of it in a week because of all the crafts and stuff. So if you're not paying attention to how much stuff actually costs, you will drain the system for everybody else on the server, right? And that is, you want to break from that mindset. If you're on a multiplayer server, do not be greedy. Do not assume everything is free and abundant. Because somebody somewhere did the work to make that possible. And if your mindset is not like, who else might want to access, then it's like, then you're just getting it all, and it's there needs to be more people used to thinking, how does this affect the other players that I'm trying to play with? You know, they're not perfect strangers. You're not bumping into somebody on the street and taking responsibility for it. You're playing with other people. Now, if you're home alone, playing on your own thing, go wild. You know, obviously, like, you're the only one playing. It's your world. You can do what you want. But when you are home alone, when when you are playing a single player world, that's when you realize how much actual work goes into getting the stuff, getting the things that you need. Okay, so we're gonna put some stuff away. Here and here and here, and those, and we're gonna put that away, that away. I just got too much crap in my inventory. We're gonna put that away, and that away, that away, that away. We don't need that sink. Framed hammer was the thing I was using. It's it takes the texture. The hammer like removes the block, and you can put a different texture in there or a different block. That's why I have those. Those away. Cable facades, like, just I don't want to put these in the system. The A's also. I had to literally clean out the AE system this week. There's 3 mods on this mod pack that if you're not paying attention, you're not thinking about it. There's 3 mods on here that are just ruin the AE system. Framed blocks and chipped are 2 mods. Like, remember, the AE system is based on types. The drives are types. So if we look at framed blocks, if I could type right, look, I mean, the number of different variations of framed blocks is obscene. Like, if you're not using all of these little variations, put them in a backpack. Like, the ones that are auto-crafted are ones that I've used and used in large volumes. But all of these little bits, framed prism, and like they're just taking, like, oh my god. So I had 10 drives, so that's 630 types that was filled up. I tried auto-crafting here like Thursday, and my auto-crafts were not showing up in the system, and sure enough, all the drives were full. But it was like, and then chipped, obviously I worked last stream on all the chipped variations. So all the different texture variations. And so chipped is it's brutal on a, just the sheer amount of variance. Yeah, and you could use drawers. There's a lot of different solutions. If you really wanted to, you could do that. I could spin up a wall of drawers for all the different texture variants. But that would be just nightmarish. And there was one other mod that, I mean, Apotheosis obviously has the potential for obliterating an AE system just because of how many different things. But the other one obviously is Tinker's Construct. If you're not careful, I don't think we have a lot of Tinker stuff. Yeah, we don't have a lot of Tinker stuff in the system because I am very careful of keeping that out. It would quickly overwhelm the system. God, there was one other mod. I mentioned 3 mods to Bayhouse. I can't remember what it was, but I was literally having to go through. I put it in number of items mode, right? So I'm literally sorting by number of items, and I was going through this list of anything that was like 10 and under items in the system. And there are just so many things, like the smithing templates, just so many things, all the train producing things. Like the create mod is really bad. There's especially create deco. I think create deco was the other basic category of blocks that it's devastating to the AE system. This is sulfuric acid, sulfur trioxide, sulfur dioxide still is, it's still slow. Huh. Well, I'm not going to worry about it right now. We have we're producing enough. What I want to do is I want to first go home.
They all said create.
Yeah, it was create. Yep. Create deco especially. I mean, create itself, yeah, there's a lot of blocks. But create deco, like all of the different decoration that like add-on mods of create. It's just obscene. All right, so this we now can finally run the Void Miner 257,000 FE per tick. And this thing will produce an unholy amount of material. If we go down and we say this is 1 per tick, you can see how many things it has. Like it adds up fast. Right click. Thank you. So 32 per tick. You can see like there has to be a bug with this. The fact that it's able to pull multiple stacks whenever it triggers, it's unbelievable. But yeah, this thing is pulling 257,000 RF per tick. Which this is just one of them. I have another one in my backpack. And this one I was going to build in the Nether, because the Nether, you get Nether things. Namely quartz, the gold, the cobalt, which really doesn't have a use, and then the very small chance for the ancient debris. But I kind of wanted to set one up in the Nether too, just to have 2 of them. We have, this one is plenty fast for all of the overworld stuff. 240,000 uranium. I think that's good. But yeah.
Be back.
Put that away and that away. Right. Now, if we go, now I have a feeding thing in my backpack. I don't know. Feed as soon as player is a tiny bit hungry. Waste quite a half the hunger point. The food at. That's fine. So I need to be. Well, that should have fed me already. Why didn't it feed me? I don't know. We'll try it. If we go to the Nether, well, I want to see. What kind of power draw? Yeah, it is slowly going down. Again, what is the power? Can somebody... I am desperate to know what this power surge switch does. I have never seen a description of what that does. I've never seen a video where somebody describes what that does. Bypass limit is obvious. But power surge? Like what does that even mean? Power surge. Usually power surges are bad. They blow out electronics. You don't want power surge. So yeah. If we look at SPS, I want to see SPS. This is the thing that makes the antimatter. So it uses more polonium than plutonium, which is okay. Polonium, I believe, is this one here. And then obviously this is fine. And then fusion. What is fusion? What does this take? More polonium. Yeah, okay. So polonium, we need more of. Let's get a day. We get a daylight detector. We would have to switch these values. Inverted. Okay. So if we go light, where there it is, light sensor. I wonder if this is configurable. Light sensor. Well, it looks like it's outputting. Come on. Break. Why is this so hard to break? Red wire. Oh, no. Okay. If we sleep, where's my... What did I do with my sleeping bag? Not in there. What? There it is. God, there's two of them in there. There it is. Yeah, okay. That works. This is why I like the red zone power, the red. I think it's now called Project Red. But yeah. There we go. So this will build up, and then when night falls, this will just consume it all, and it consumes it pretty fast. But yeah, we want more polonium than we do anything else. So let's bump this. So now we're at 300,000 RF per tick, which should be ever so slightly net gain on this now, until we hook up the next thing, and then it's definitely not going to be. But I think we're gonna need 6. And to move the steam into this, I built it right next. This is why they're right next to one another. I built the valves right next to the output valves for the reactor, and doing that it gives you an infinite transfer. There's no bottleneck between the reactor and the turbine by putting them right next to one another. It allows you to push as much steam as you want into the system. Okay. So, with that operational, remember these 2 chunks, these 4 chunks, I should say, these 4 chunks are chunk loaded. All right. God damn stupid freaking. I disabled. How is there mosquitoes in here? I disabled these mosquitoes. I literally disabled them. Look at them all. Ow. Ow.
Craziness.
It's just like the mosquito apocalypse over here. I hear more. Where are they? Oh, there's one. Oh, there's another one in the wall. What? Killed with a shovel. You'd be ashamed of yourself, Skeeto. But yeah, if you look at here, look at all of them. Look at all the mosquitoes on the map. Like, it's crazy. I literally disabled them. Like, I removed all of the biomes they can spawn in. I literally disabled them in the config. The only reason that I think there were some in here is either they are leftovers from before, but look at them all. Like, look at them all to the east. Like, that's crazy amount of mosquitoes. The only other thing that I can think of where they would come from is if a fly wanders into a portal and comes into the nether, it'll turn into a mosquito. But this is a lot of flies. Like, look at all those mosquitoes. That's a lot. So that would be quite the number of flies that just happen to wander. Anyway, it's just bizarre to me. What? I think the best place for this is we're gonna come down here and take a look and see. Hey, look at all. If we go to the north. Hey, look at all this dirt over here. What could this be? Well, this is where all of our lava has been coming. Is just this has been being pumped out. I'm gonna come up here. We are gonna take out some of these spouts. I don't want it's all messy and goopy and Are you riding a... okay, so somewhere in here is a good... Let's do F3G, just to see where the chunk boundaries are. Because I know, when I set up the pump, that I specified, like, right at the bottom, right at bedrock. So it pumps all the lava out. So I think this would be a good spot for the void mine. Because then we can dig down straight underneath it. Because it has to see bedrock. And then we might need to build a little dome or something over it, just because I don't want the gas to blow it up. So we can go there. Just this chunk. The pump is over here. This is where the pump is. That's why that's yeah, I literally did this whole area down here, so there's a lot of lava left to go here. Okay, I can't ever remember how these things are built, so I'm just going to build this up a ways. take all the void miner stuff out. Put this here. Shift right click. You actually have to be crouching to right click it for reasons. So 60 frames, 30 glass panels, and then 16 possible modifiers. Now again, I've tried to rebalance these a lot, and there's a certain set of modifiers if you use it will not operate because it wants too much power. So just be aware. It's just dirt. There. There. Dirt. The environmental tech mod itself usually had a tool that built it for you. And, this does, but it's for creative. Like all you need to do is take the tool and right click the miner and it just pops it into existence. I don't think the developer of this iteration has kind of perfected how to do that. That level. Now we need to go underneath. Hello. Ow! Rude. Ow! Damn bone thingy, whatever that was. Rude. Yeah, this block highlight thing is what the feature I want for the multi-blocks for vintage engineering. That is the feature that's going to be a royal nightmare. All right, modifiers. We have 1 speed, 5 item, and a 10 energy, which is a lot. And then where's the glass? Did I not? What? I need 30 glass. So this, the corners, gotta do here. And then speed. Item. It doesn't really matter where you put these. There you go. And then that is 1 layer. And then down here it is. You gotta have the void miner in your render frustum. So this is this pattern. No. Somebody go teach that gas how to behave. Oh, geez. Okay, so before I put the last one in here, you wanna do that. As you see bedrock. And then before, well, you can put this here. And then before you remove the block under there, you want to turn off the highlight. There we go. And that is good to go. And then we have the put all of this gubbins away. That. I already have the other ender chest on that wall of drawers from the other ones, which is why those other ones had that. And if we go up, put the item insert, we go down, extract all of them. Okay. And then we want we already have. Wait. It's so fast. Mr. Jank, the mythical. We look at like quartz here. You can see this is being read by that storage. You can see how fast that's going up. It's pretty fast. And then the gold ore, the gold nugget ore, right? That's that. And then the ancient debris is going to go up very slowly. It's a fraction of what it was. I don't know. Don't really know if the Mega Torch actually works in the Nether. I don't think I've ever. But this is kind of exposed. We might want to build a stone brick box. Damn. Go here. Here. Build here. Oh shit. Hello, Mr. Guys. Why is my feeding thing not feeding me? I'm trying to get hungry here enough so the feeding thing feeds me. Yeah, it's not. I've literally been waiting for a while for that thing to actually feed me, but it's not feeding me.
Is it the backpack one?
Oh, it was on block mode. Never mind. My fault.
Oopsie. I was looking through the wrong thingy.
I mean, Renegade's fault.
That's fair.
Of course it is.
minimal amount of gas protection. Now there is no mob griefing is off, but those explosions may not be. I don't know. I don't know if those are tracked as mobs. But I kind of want to know why they added these like lava stripes. What is the purpose of these lava stripes? I mean, I know you can theoretically hook up a saddle and stuff to them, but like you're literally inches away from lava, and one small slip or something. Like, what's the whole point is to stay as far away from the lava as possible. Anyway, all right. So this we want a door of some fashion. Here, see all of this goodies. But yeah, the million FE in here. If you put enough, if I took a couple of the energies away and replaced them with like a couple speeds, the amount of RF per tick would exceed the amount that it has, so it would not be able to run. So if you have a problem with these running with my pack, it's because your power draw is too high. And I don't know how to... I don't think there's a way to change how much power storage is. Because even like the level 1 stores 1 million, which is ridiculous. He just didn't. Not a lot of thought process went into balancing. We got him working and then basically stopped. Which I understand. I can identify with that. Okay, so that is the nether miner. Let's go up.
Oh, that's a good question. Main Link's asked if you claimed the chunk.
Yes, claimed and loaded. Claimed and loaded. So there's 2 chunks in the nether that I claimed and loaded. One for the pump and one for the miner. Okay. This is good. We need to bump up the fuel a little bit. Let's go to 10. Remember, we can do 200. And we're at 10. So we're at 5%. Right? We're at 5% of what that reactor can actually do. And that's 600,000 power per second. Like, that's pretty good. That's enough to cover all of our use right now. The point is, you don't want this to max. You don't want this to get up and max out. And we don't have a big battery system yet. I want to do the induction cell and stuff, and we can get some crazy shenanigans with the induction cells. But there's a few things we need first. But yeah, that 600,000. I mean, you're looking at 250,000 per each of the void miners. That would be 500,000, and then whatever other gubbins that we have is fine. And then this plug, right? This plug is a higher priority, right? Priority 10. So this should deliver the power first. before anything else. So if we go back home and say if we're actually producing enough power, then these should actually be backstopped, which they're not. So this is telling me this here is actually delivering a bunch of power as well. Yeah. And that's 28,000 power, which is, it's funny. Like we went from 28,000 max power to probably 6 million if we really wanted to push. We really want to push that reactor. We can go 6 million, which is itself a drop in the bucket to what you actually need to get the SPS. The SPS, you can throw 400 million power at, and it'll eat it. It's the SPS is the ultimate power sink. Like you can just, it's crazy how much power that thing. Big numbers go burr when it comes to that thing. So now you can see we're already at 41,000 nether quartz ore. So yeah, something tells me that the Void Miner mod has a bug in it. Where, remember, I only have one item modifier on that entire build. One item modifier. And it's not giving me 2 ore when it rolls. It's giving me hundreds of ore. You can see how fast this number is going. Like it's crazy how fast it is. We're getting stacks at a time. And what's funny about the Nether is you have a higher chance at all the crystals, than you have the base miner. So, like we could shut off the home miner here. Like we don't. I mean, we're kind of full on all the things, except redstone. We're not even close to full on redstone. But, iron 210,000, gold 90,000. Lithium 114,000. The other thing I would like to look at today is, first of all, where I want to get some white concrete. White concrete. Here we are. Let's do white concrete powder, sand and gravel, and white dye. This is a normal crafting recipe. Let's get a few of these. Close. 64 white concrete powder, and I have a stack of fluid bottlers, encapsulators, whatever. They're called bottlers in the back. But these process just with water. There's a reason there's a stack of 8 of them, is that it's used for concrete. And I should, well, these are actually accelerated, so hello? Peekaboo, why are you not giving me water, sir? Hello? Is there something wrong? Carried channel 0. Hmm. Goddamn P2Ps. Says it's missing device. What? Missing device, missing channel. Is there... Is there too many channels on this? Let's... Okay, laser IO wrench goes away. Too distracting. 12 of 16 channels. Somebody just use... Somebody just use nether stars?
Ty, is Death around?
I didn't.
I just saw a bunch of withers being processed. So somebody did. So that's 12 channels. 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. I think there's an issue. Of course there's an issue. Yeah, I'm wondering where those where those stars went to. There's just no good way. What? Yeah. There were definitely some missing channels or some missing devices. There was actually 3 devices that were missing channels somewhere on the subnet. Okay, so now that should have resolved the water situation. Interesting how that manifested. White concrete. Oh, right, there is a thing up here. There. now we can make white concrete. The reason I want to do that is I want to set up a room or an area that I can take screenshots in that is as easy to sort of crop out an example image as possible. As neutral as possible. And it's gonna take, yeah. Even with acceleration cards, it's like it takes like a few 30 seconds to get the export buses like fully speeded up. I don't know, fully accelerated. I don't know what the right word is there. Let's go see where a good spot. Just kind of want to set this somewhere. Okay, let's put a bunch of gubbins away that we don't need right now. And then we can get into what actually I want to take screenshots of, because reasons. Hopefully everything will fit inside this. Ideally, we wouldn't have this white crease. I know this is weird, but if you've ever watched YouTube videos and they have like a neutral background, they've literally built something. So. Like the dark. When I say screenshot, I mean like having something built and then having just a neutral background. The dark edges, not really ideal. I might take these walls and sort of fold them back to give me a wider field of view. Because there's not really a lot of machines that are big enough to take this whole area. But I need to be able to take one from this angle and then back in this angle. So kitty corners to one another, and that'll give you, because I want to take a picture of like the arc smelter from immersive engineering, right? They're just like templates for when I get into it in vintage engineering. Like, what does this building actually look like? If somebody has an old version of Minecraft or an older version, maybe 118, 116, whatever version has immersive petroleum, I'd really like a screenshot with this kind of system where you have a neutral background and the building can just be hovering in midair, right? The point is to get a picture of the building with as little noise as possible. Makes it easier to mask out and or manipulate in some way. But I really, really like a picture like this of the pump jack from Immersive Petroleum. And unfortunately, Immersive Petroleum not updated. So yeah, it sucks.
It's the fate of a lot of good mods.
Yep.
And it's weird because immersive engineering is still getting updated, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just not the petroleum.
Yeah, because it's a separate mod. It's a separate project. It's not the same. It's not the same team. Well, and even immersive engineering has got 80 contributors to it, right? There's a ton of people working on the main mod. I mean, I wish I could attract that many contributors to vintage engineering.
Yeah.
Like vintage engineering, if I were to even get one really competent programmer on vintage engineering, it would be an absolute game changer to the mod. Like it would be so amazing. And when I say competent programmer, I'm not counting myself in that group. Like I'm doing my best, but there are programmers out there that are way better at this kind of stuff than I am. I'm trying my best. Struggling with a lot of aspects of how to solve certain problems. I thought I was going to get somebody. I thought Blue Lightning was going to help for a while. They offered to help, and then they backed out. I don't know why, but I thought I was going to get. And Blue Lightning was. Why is it putting freaking torches down? No. Torches bad. Stop with the torches, please. Yeah, that person. I shudder to think where vintage engineering would be now if they would have stayed on to help. It would be. I think the mod would be damn near done, and done in terms of what I envisioned for the mod. Done in terms of this thing is amazing. Okay. This is a good... I don't know. Is that... That's still textured. That white concrete is still textured. Now, there is a concrete... We look up concrete. Right? So this is a Minecraft concrete. Now, there is... white concrete. White smooth concrete. Ooh. I might have to look to see if this... Because this has a subtle texture, and the whole point was to not have any texture at all. But there's also a white concrete from the Factory Must Grow. Now, I added this recipe. The concrete around dye, I added that. Because the other recipe is you have to deploy a dye on a single concrete. And I was like, that would use tens of thousands of dye for any major build. But you notice that when you click on concrete and you look at this concrete, soap? Really? No. There's no recipe to make the concrete. And so you're like, how do you make this concrete, right? Well, you have to actually mix the concrete in a mixer to make the liquid concrete out of water, cement, slag, and gravel, or water, cement, sand, and gravel, of course. And you have the liquid, and then you need to pour the liquid out into the world and have it solidify into a block of concrete. And there are forms somewhere in the TFMG mod. The back, I don't know. Must. I'm sure there's must in it. Somewhere in here there's a form. I don't. There it is. Right? So, the form, you can place the form in any shape you want, and then you pour the concrete into it, and then it'll solidify into that shape. But they're in the person I saw do this, ran into a problem where the forms were taking more concrete than they should have. You know, he had like 200 forms set up, and he poured over 700 buckets into the forms, and they still weren't full. So there could be a lingering bug with that, but you can pour them into the world using the hose pulley, and they'll solidify into blocks, and you can use drills and drill them into items, and those use, hoppers to. So there's a way to do it without the forms. But it's a really interesting system. A little tedious, but it's still interesting. Instead of using the regular old create mixer, I would have liked to see an actual like cement mixer, like a legit cement mixer. But today I want to look at the New Age. I want to take a couple screenshots of the mechanical generator from New Age. I remember that from the days. MJR Legend. I don't know what MJR is, but yeah. Let's go. I'm gonna just straight up do netherite magnet, maybe. But this is kind of what it looks like. Now, how cool is this? This is what I want to replicate for vintage engineering. This system here. I think this is just cool. Now, the block that manages and controls everything is that brush block there. So when I look at a feature like this, I'm always trying to break it down in terms of like what actually is doing the work, like what is actually simulating and ticking. So that brush block is looking at, okay, how many coils do I have? Then it's looking at the blocks around the coils and saying, all right, what is around there? The brush block is the thing that's verifying it all. Right. So this is the thing that generates the power from rotational energy, and this is possible with minimal shenanigans. You don't even need a multi-block. This is why I want to try this. You don't even need to have it be a multi-block, because if can I pause this? The brush block, this thing here, the carbon brushes, this is the thing that manages everything, right? And so all of these other things are just individual blocks. They're not, this is not a multi-block, technically. This is just the thing that's going, all right, look to the left and the right and say, oh, this is the coil, right? And then validate the coil, and then look at the magnets around it. And then go to the next one until you run out of coils. Right? And there's a max number of coils. I think you can only have 8 coils. And then the magnets, you know, the different materials just give you different efficiencies. Right? So it's a very doable system for Vintage Story. Oh, right, we're gonna need overcharge. We're gonna need all the overcharge stuff. Do we have a depot? DEP. We have a few depots. Let's get a basic energizer. Lightning rod. No. I don't need automation on this. I just want one of these. Please. Now, let's see. Here. Energizer. Here. No. Now, does this need rotational power too? Yeah. It definitely needs rotational power, which is kind of weird. I don't think there's a way we could branch off this. So we're going to have to branch off. Or not. Create. Beautiful. What we do this there. Get some chain drive. Like that. Flux. Wait. Okay, looks like it's going to connect. Maybe it does. Good. And then we could. I think laser IO can work with these. I think. Could be wrong, but I think. So we are going to. We have to extract on white. So we extract, but filtered. Energized gold, overcharged iron, overcharged diamond, overcharged iron sheet, overcharged gold sheet, circuits, wire. I've already got a wire system in vintage engineering. I don't need another wire system. So just to test, let's take some gold. Is it? I think it probably is trying to do all of them at once. Yeah, I bet you that's what's happening. Yep. And look at that. Okay. Advanced. We can take this. Put that in here. And go advanced. Advanced. And then the reinforced is diamond. Okay. Let's go diamonds. See how fast this is. How much power? 400 power per. Really? That's it? I think we got that in the bag, everybody. 400 power per tick. I don't think that's gonna push us too hard. Yes, and I'm aware that if we did a smaller stack, it would be faster. I was just testing apples to apples to see if this. Grab that. And pop this down. Oh shit. Oh. That thing overstressed the system. I need my joggles. I need my joggles on so I can see. Overstressed. Okay. How much is it overstressed? I need a stress thingy McDougal. Stress. Stressometer. Speedometer. Stressometer. It's overstressed by 6,000. Holy Moses. Okay. Boink. I love it. Boink. Glorious. We take the electric motor and we say plop the. Oh, no. There we go. I don't know, 128 maybe. I don't know if it matters. But can we do you? Yeah, there we go. So it does 4,000. So we're using about half. We're using almost exactly half. And now if I bump this up,
And hello, Spy. Both in chat and in voice.
oh, it's fine. So yeah, this is using 480 timer per tick. That's a drop in the bucket, literally. Okay, let's see what it takes. So diamonds again. Just curious. Again, apples to apples. Got to do half a stack. This goes up to 2,080. So this alone is using about 1.6 thousand. That was actually not bad. That was actually pretty fast. So how do we automate this? I don't even know if we want to. New age. We want. Yeah, a bunch of these. What's it gonna take for the generator? Why? There it is. Why? What's going on with the server? Somebody's ping really high? Wow. Sir, something happened. That was a lag and a half. Jesus.
Strange.
Yeah, it was.
That's not normal. Okay, I want to automate the generator coil. Block of andesite alloy. Carbon brushes. Netherite magnet. I need to do more diamonds, but I can do those. Just put stacks at a time.
That main links that could be his drop frame issue.
Yeah, I'm at right now 23% drop frames on YouTube. Last stream we had, it went fine, but yeah, it's a mixed bag. Like sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. It's not on my side. I'm almost 99% sure that it's not the fault of me. I have a really hefty network connection, internet connection, and yeah. Yeah, I think, and the other thing is I've heard other YouTubers talk, so it's not an isolated problem. YouTube, I don't know if they did something behind the scenes and they like if they did something with their hardware setup behind the scenes and it started causing lag, and or if there's just that many people trying to use it. Right now, I know like I don't know if right this moment, but I know the Spiffing Brit and Civ 7 has a huge stream going on right now, or had one today. If it's, I don't know what the timing is. It's over in Europe, so it could have been earlier today. But anyway, let's see. So we want a carbon brush. Let's do 3 generators. And we have a bunch of magnetite blocks, but we don't even need them because for some reason, like, in my humble opinion, yeah, like the fluctuated magnetite uses them. But for some reason, it's the only one of these that uses the magnetite. You'd think that you'd have a magnetite block in the middle here. At least use one of them, right? At least use one of them. What's the point of mining these up if we don't actually use them? So if we have 3 of these, 3, 6, 9, 12. Each one uses 12, so we need 36 of these. And we have enough. Point. Okay. This is enough. Let's get a shaft. And I would love to include these girders in Inventions Engineering, but it would take a lot of code because they're context sensitive. What face you're looking at when you place them and what blocks are around them, they change their shape. So there's a lot of different variations of shape, but just one item. Okay. So again, I want to take a clean screenshot of this. So we're going to place this sort of in the center-ish of this build. There. I was going to look to see if a giant squid? I haven't even seen one of those.
The sneezies today.
Okay. Alright, is the haste worn off? Okay. Potion effects are the worst. Efficiency 92.3%. That's pretty glorious. Let's get another motor. Wait a couple seconds because it has to craft. All right. Again, I want to take some screenshots of this. So again, we want Renegade. Where are you? You're literally right in my eye line for my screenshot.
Well, I'm pretty far away.
How is it, wherever you are, that you're literally perfectly in line with my line of sight for taking screenshots?
I'm gifted.
It's a talent.
It must be.
Yeah,
It
we
must
both
be.
have talent.
So there's a screenshot there, and we're gonna look at this direction. Try to avoid. Oh, good. Your face disappears when I turn off. Screenshot of that. Need to look at this one and see. Yep, that one's bad. First one was bad. Because I got that dark bar in the middle there. I just can't get far enough away from this side. Again, I want a mod that drops blocks right in place and doesn't spit them out in random directions. That would be glorious. I just need to get enough to be able to mask out. Let's take another screenshot of that. Okay. Now, I would like to. Let's see. Let me grab. Light concrete. How do I get the Mason's workbench? Let's go to the Mason's toolbench and see what this stuff turns into. Should get the backpack upgrade. I looked into a mod that affects time of day, or would allow me to slow down the daylight cycle. And there is one out there. I didn't add it because there were, I always when I find a mod like that, yeah, see, that's nice and blank. That texture, nice and I might have to convert. Whenever I find a mod like that, I always look at like the comments, and look at like the more recent comments. Obviously, if they're 2 years old, I'm not going to care, but I look at the comments to see if anybody's reporting problems, and there were definitely problems. people were reporting major problems. So I just kind of opted out for now. Is there any way to get this? No, there's just no way to get this. If it's too much of an issue, because it can be a problem if the screenshot, if I'm trying to mask out in like Photoshop and there's just subtle texture like this, it's a royal pain in the ass versus a nice flat blank texture. I didn't even think about that, but I am gonna need more space in here, so I might just have to.
Oh no, main links. I had sneezed, but you didn't hear anything because I mute.
Okay.
It's a funny coincidence.
Everybody's sneezing. Apparently he got the
Apparently.
sneezies too.
Yeah. Is it contagious through the internet? It's kind of funny because there's actually a potential future where, once we have integrated brain computer devices, humans could literally catch a computer virus. Kind of.
Or be hacked. It's even more frightening.
Yeah. Actually a show about that deals some with that. Real
There's a lot.
thought provoking.
There's quite
Yeah.
a few sci-fi tropes that are. I know that there was an Amazon show called Upload that was. They tried to be a more humorous look. Smooth, 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 smooth. I don't know. I'm just gonna call it smooth. It's just gonna be smooth, everybody. It's gonna be smooth jazz. Just smooth. And then funnel. Oh, look at that. We have two funnels. There and there. And in.
Yeah, very true, main links. That's actually maybe one that I might be looking forward to as well, because I have brain issues, I think.
Okay, so smooth concrete. We're gonna have. Let's grab all of this. Processing. White concrete. Smooth white concrete. Into smooth. Okay. And then we want a filter.
I got enough voices up there. It's like, well, what's wrong with one extra?
Smooth white concrete. There we go. So smooth white, smooth black. Black would be a really interesting one to do. Having a black smooth texture would really help you mask out the object. Let's see. Smooth blue, smooth brown, smooth cyan, smooth gray, smooth green, smooth light blue, smooth gray, lime, magenta, orange, pink, purple, red, white I already have. smooth in it? Yes, it does. Now we can go smooth. White concrete. 2,000 of those, please. This is extract on white, probably? Yes. Item extract on white. Taking its time. Yeah, green screens. The here's the problem with green screens, right? If depending on your setup, especially if it's like a small setup, you get green like reflected light as a halo around the figure, and that can be an absolute nightmare to try to mask away, right? So if the green screen is far enough away and you don't get that, then it's fine. And movies, large sets and stuff on movies are much better for that. But for like a home system, green screens, like usually they're like right behind the person, right? They're like right behind it, depending on what, like you have like big bushy hair, you can get like nasty artifacting going on. It looks atrociously bad. But yeah. These to see. Just want to see how much power this thing actually produces. So let's do a trash can. Now, ideally, we would have connectors. So let's go New Age. Kind of want to see electrical connector. One there, one there. Mode. I think you have to smack them with a wrenchy poo. Inert, pull. Inert, push. I guess. Yeah, I get it. We can move on from that. There we go. Sterling engine. Wow. Okay. Wire. Transfer. Overcharged diamond wire. Needs cut with a saw. God, I keep clicking out of the window and it minimizes. It's just like I want to know how much power this generates. So take a diamond on a saw. I think we have a saw. One last saw. No. I mean, that's okay. I just want to see. I want to see what happens. Is it this diamond or the other diamond? Oh, okay. Wait. How many times? 3 times? I was. I need. I can't even. All right. I think. Oh, anyway. This is this the wrong kind of saw? I think this is the wrong. Yeah, this is a. Is this the wrong kind of saw? Cut with saw. I think this is the wrong kind of saw. I need a saw. Mechanical saw. No. This is what? No. How? There we go. That's what I need. What? Alright, we're gonna have some shenanigans here. I'm just warning you, there's gonna be shenanigans. So... prepare yourself. That is spinning this way, so I should be able to put this in there. Bingo! Yay! Manual for the win! Okay, coming up here. Stretching there to there. Yeah, the wire system I've already done. Although I do like these connectors. I really do like these connectors. My connectors are not pretty. So yeah, ideally we would have a nice, I don't know. What do you guys think? Are these nicer connectors than the really, really shitty ones I have? Although my connectors are different sizes for the different tiers of power, right? So I could not do that. And any connector can have any wire. That's possible. But yeah, I could do that. Let's make another set of connectors. New age electrical connector. Really? I'm out of copper nuggets? Very few things that take copper nuggets. What? What? why Pneumatic Craft? Why the fuck did you add copper nuggets of your own? Why?
Did they maybe predate the uh, game built-in copper?
Well, I don't think. Yeah. Iron and gold. I don't think, for some reason, the base game includes a copper nugget. It has iron nugget, gold nugget. This is one of those like
Oh,
Mojang needs somebody in the hierarchy of them who's competent, who can actually like sit down and be like, all right, can we normalize this shit? Should we add in these ores, even though just like Tyrone, right? Tyrone, when he made Vintage Story, he made it. He included every type of ore
yeah.
into the base game. Now, most of them don't have a use, but they're included. They are in there. Some of them aren't even being generated, like uranium in the base game. Uranium isn't generated, but he has a definition for it. He has an ore file for it. He has textures for it. It's all in there. All you need to do is just turn on Origin, and it's there. And it bothers me that we have so many different mods that add the same shit. That then you need other mods to normalize and standardize everything because it's just insane. And this recipe for the connector, really? There's 6 pages of connector-like things. So we have LV wire connector. This is why I have different connectors in my mod. Is Immersive Engineering has LV, MV, and HV wire connectors. So that's the why I have it, and mine even look like that. So, cable connector. The factory must grow. That's different than this one. And the factory. No, New Age. Yeah, New Age and the factory must grow. They didn't use tags. So it will only work with the create copper nugget. It will not work with any other mod. Because when they built the recipe, instead of making the ingredient the tag of forge, whatever the tag is, they specified the item. And there needs to be there's actually a mod. I was going through the mod list of all the mods 10. Right? Because all the mods 10 uses NeoForge. It's on 1.21. Like, if I were to do a 1.21 pack, I would use NeoForge. So I was just looking through the mod list to see what was available and what they did. And there's literally mods that normalize the ingots, the dust, like all the things, right? It normalizes all of that. So yeah, I would definitely do that because this problem is aggravating beyond all measure. So I would need another ore dictionary. Dictionary-ifier. What is this? Dictionary. Put this in there. This in there. Oh, I'm still don't have any UI. This of course doesn't need copper nugget. Supported tag. We'll do F3 plus H. I was hoping to go the whole day today without looking at this. So we have copper nugget. This one is from Create. This is Forge nuggets / copper. Forge nuggets / copper. So now we get to pick. No, we don't want thermals. We don't want Tinker's Construct. We want creates. Right? So now we go nugget. We take these and hope to God these are OR dictionary. Yes, they are. So this converts them into the create version, which we then can go in here and do connector, and then electrical connector, Jesus, tab, and then connector. That was a roundabout way of getting this done. All right, now we have some smooth concrete. Let's go over here and redo our box as best we can. And then do building gadget. Reasons? No, building gadget. Is that going to be far enough away? It might be. And then over here, we're going to do two blocks more. That away. Put that away. Put those away. That away. Put those away. Anything that's a block you don't want in your inventory when you use the wand. At the very least, you don't want them in your hotbar. Is that a nice? I mean, it's definitely a flatter texture than the other one. There. Now you can sort of get a nice clean line there. I probably should just remove. Get rid of that giant bar on the bottom. Though it still is there, but whatever. Because I want to build like the arc reactor, the refinery, all the immersive engineering stuff. I want to build in this kind of box and take screenshots of it. Just in case. There we go. That takes care of all the concrete. So yeah, the connectors we can basically like put like that. That. And screenshot. There we go. Just in case. All right. Now, let's see how much power this thing actually generates. Yeah, we're at a flux point. So put that there and give it some power. And it's overstressed. Wow. It needs 79,000 stress. Holy Moses. Let's dial this down to 128 and see. Nope. Still now it needs 40,000. Like, does it matter? Oh, 64 at current speed. That's funny. 312. So no matter what speed you go, you're gonna need more than this. Okay. And I don't know. I haven't really gone really deep into the vintage story mechanical power system. I don't know, like, what that system, how the power actually works. Right? This is a pretty straightforward, like, it's spinning this fast, it's producing this many stress units, this is consuming this many stress, and it's spinning this fast. Vintage story one, right? The windmills and stuff can spin at different speeds depending on how strong the wind is. It's a much more realistic system. And so I don't know 100% like what that would entail. Okay, so this we're gonna want. See what I mean? Like, just drop straight down. That's all I want from you. Okay. Drop the block straight down. We're gonna need like a bunch more. Well, let that work because it's gonna be. Yeah. My first draft. This is my first time crafting more than one of these. Hey, it actually finished. That's amazing. All right, and then we need some chain drive. We need a little bit more chain drive. I don't think you can go yet. I know this is like way wasteful, but let's set all these to 128. If we have to set them up to universal. Is it still overstressed? There's literally 8,000. This is 40. Shouldn't this be running? 8 times 5 is 8192 times 5. Oh, wait a second. Is it all of these all need... Oh, no.
Yeah, it's each of them.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a lot of power. No, that can't be.
I mean, you get a basic boiler system going, and you can easily generate 200,000-300,000 stress.
let's
And that's using something like cola seal for the blaze burners.
okay. I'm just getting an idea of like how much power this actually generates. Okay, so this produces 1.1 thousand power per tick. Okay. This is consuming 1.2 thousand. So it's a roughly 10% loss.
Actually, wouldn't it be a 7.7% because of the efficiency?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm literally just rough estimates. Because we only have decimals to look at, right? So 1.1, we look at the brush thing, 1.1 thousand power per tick. And this is 1.2 power, 1.2 thousand power. So if you take 1.2 times 0.923, 1200 times 0.923 is 1,107.6. So 1.1 thousand here is it's truncated. I don't know exactly how much it is, but it's 1.1 thousand. Now this netherite magnet is the bestest magnet, right? It's by far the best magnet. New Age, magnetic force 24. Now, if you go back to the the magnetite block, the magnetic force is 1, which means you'd probably be able to put more of them on a line. So the fact that I've got 3 of them here, that's where the stress impact comes from, is the strength. And I think you can put these, yeah, you can put these horizontal. So you could spin them horizontal if you wanted. But yeah, this is the basics of what I want to do as far as the mechanical to electrical power for vintage engine. This is the system. Because there's literally there needs to be no multi-block code in this. The only thing I don't know how to do is the whole mechanical, like how do you spin this, like how fast does it go, what the formula, like what the conversion is. So we're literally converting 8192. We're converting the stress impact, which is roughly 40,000. Let's just, if we just round it up, 40,000. We're converting 40,000 stress into 1.1 thousand. But this is at what RPM? 128 RPM. So what happens if we... Okay, so now it's overstressed. Oh, no, it's not overstressed. So now we're at 80. We just doubled. We doubled the speed, and we doubled the stress, and we doubled the power, and this is now consuming 2.4. So we doubled the amount of power draw, we doubled the amount of power produced, and we doubled the amount of, so all the it's a linear formula. Double, 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 right? It's not an exponential. If it was exponential, you would double the speed and quadruple the stressing, right? Which it didn't do. It doubled. And it doubled the power. So you would think by spinning, twice as fast, it would produce 4 times the. Now, there would be an argument to do kind of what the Extreme Reactors mod does, where there's a sweet spot of rotational speed. Because generators are most efficient at 30 or 60 RPM. If you look at a wind generator out in the field, you look up a wind generator, they're geared. There's a gearbox inside of them that ensure that the generator, the turbine generator, is spinning at either 30 or 60 RPM. So regardless of what the wind speed is, it will spin at one of those two speeds, because in the U.S., and this is probably different in Europe, but in the U.S., our electrical system is based on a 60 hertz system. So if it's spinning at 60 or spinning at 30, it's easy to gearbox. So that's where a lot of like the problems for wind generators come in. Is, you know, it's a constant. It needs to be constantly greased and all of that. It's not a. Let's just say, wind generators are not green. As we're building them today, wind turbines, they're not good for the environment. They use a ton of oil, grease for the gear shift. They light on fire. The fiberglass that they're made from is non-recyclable. There's literally graveyards of wind turbine blades just piled in the desert, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of turbine blades. So it's not a green tech. Anybody who tells you that they are woefully unreformed, and they kill birds. Like, they're just not good. But in terms of like converting mechanical to electrical power, there's going to be some loss. So whether it's a wind turbine, whether it's a windmill or something like that, there's definitely going to be. So this was a good test. I got some good screenshots here. I kind of want to grab one of these, put that there. Go over here. No. There we go. If y'all are, there's somebody out there who's a really good model maker, I would love a vintage story model of this device. Let's go 1 and 2. Okay. That is going to be. Okay, that takes care of that. Oh, did it not give me the wire back? Oh no, it did. I'm going to save this. That is going to be important. A second. Now, can I? Oh, I can't pop these? Create New Age author. That just breaks. That breaks the create standard there. So yeah, if you've got, that system you could use to turn, as Renegade said, the regular, power systems, boiler systems. If you've got some way of doing that, you can turn that power into electrical power and feed your base. But it's not a lot. It's not a lot of power. I mean, you couldn't run void miners on that shit because 2,000 power. Literally, each void miner we're running right now is over 250,000 power. So you're not going to run a big base on that system. That's for sure. You would need millions of stress units, which, to be fair, you can technically do that with this mod, with the reactor system. and they do have their own kind of motors here. So yeah, you've got basic motor, strong motor, reinforced motor, and then you've got motor extension. I don't know what. Failure of motors being overstressed, use a motor extension. Extension allows you to configure motor stress capacity. What the engine is in proportional stress. I would assume it. So yeah, you can do 800% stress capacity multiplier, but it's probably going to be pretty spicy in terms of how much that's going to cost. Okay. Now, with that done, we want to get into immersive engineering. But we gotta go check. We gotta go check our reactors really quick. Yeah, this is just about full. If we scram, will this? Yeah, I mean, 15 billion RF. That's pretty damn good. That'll last us a little while. Let's go. Let's go see what. Did you notice the cheeky little name I named this place?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. At first, Vejas didn't realize it. He had to look at it for a couple seconds. He's like, "Oh, now I get it." Okay.
Yeah,
As far as all the netherite or all the nether stuff, look at that. This is full. 400,000 nether quartz already. 200,000 gold. 160,000 cobalt. Like as if we're ever going to use that much cobalt. 6,000 ancient debris. I mean, that is pretty much maxed all of the gems. The nice thing about the actual environmental tech version of these is that it's not just the void miners that use this. There's other tiers of things that use these gems too. So and the environmental tech mod is they are contributing code to it, but unfortunately the author of that mod, all of his GitHub code is all private. None of his projects are public. For what reason? I guess you know, he likes his corner of the sandbox and he doesn't want to share, I guess. But crazy how fast this is. Yeah, we really don't need this running right now, but whatever. Might as well max ourselves out. How are we doing on uranium? We're down to 56 dust. We used, I think there was like 8,000 uranium in here. And we used it all. How about fluorite? We still got 22,000 of that. How about sulfur? We still have 60,000 of that. So we went through, like, I had processed, I mean, we had at least 8,000 uranium. And we consumed it all. Because it smelted in batches of 64. So that's why there's 56. There's not enough. There's not enough to trigger another batch. So immersive engineering, I really want to get into that. But we might need an ore processing system first. some standardized way of doing this. Let's put away some things. I don't need the stress goggles anymore. Stress goggles. They're not goggles that give you stress. Oh,
Unfortunately.
I think I just ate something glorious. So because we're going to need, if we want to get a power system and a lithium system up, we're going to need a processing system. We're going to need all the lithium. Is lithium, is that a part of our processing? It is not, I don't think. Yeah, it's not. Okay. So we're going to do lithium to lithium. We're going to do lithium. So the ingot can go in here. The block maker can go in here. And then we want 64 blocks. So you can see how this is chewing up the lithium that we have in here. And the reason I'm doing this is there is a use that there's a recipe I added for the pulverizer that gives you 12 lithium dust from mechanism. Normally, these two mods don't talk to one another. The factory must grow. Like, whoever was behind that mod really didn't do anything with the tag system that Forge offers. Like, they didn't implement any of their recipes, so you have to manually add the cross-compatible recipe. So 12, 24, 36, 48, 60. So if we do 5 blocks, right? Go to processing, 5 blocks of lithium in a pulverizer gives you 60 lithium dust. And then that recipe can go in here. These are all my dusts, all my pulverizers. So now, basically, all of the systems will interact. Now we can basically use lithium dust and offer a pretty crazy induction system for this. So we can go induction casing, induction port. Okay. We want these to be the base. Now, basic cell. These energy tablets I've already got automated. So we need the energy cubes. This is going to be a lot of tablets. And these, yeah, crazy amount of material. This is one of the bigger crafts that you can do. Depending on how big of a system you make. You can make it really big or you can make it sort of. So this used in Advanced Energy Cube, which is used in Elite Energy Cube, which is then used in Ultimate. And then you want to space out your recipes. So if your basic is here, you want to put your advanced in the next one, and the next 2 you can put in one, because these are not going to be nearly as used as much. But this one it's going to spit these out really fast. And the tablets, as you can see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 crafters with the tablets. So yeah, tablets, you make thousands of these things when you create a system. Okay, so now we look at induction. These two are there. So that is where this goes. These. I need these. So these things hold 1.6 trillion FE for each one of these. 1.6 trillion FE. They're spicy. They're real spicy. So we want. Let's go down. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Let's put one here. The basic we can put there. This one we can put there. We're just going to offset these a little bit. The elite and ultimate you don't need. You don't need a lot of these. Usually I have like 8 crafting tablets, like 4 crafting the basic, 2 crafting the advanced or whatever. But each one of these is the extended, and each one of those can do like 4 crafts at a time. And if you really want to go crazy, you can literally put acceleration cards and all of that stuff too, which is too much. Too much. All right, now we need the induction provider. You don't need a lot of these because these are how you manage the input output, right? This just gives you the rate at which stuff happens. So here's the induction provider. We have the advanced. We have the elite. And we have the ultimate. All right, and let's take you here. Oh. So now if we go casing, we want 50, 58. Okay. Where do we want this power? Put it over here. Three, four. I think I miscounted by 2. I counted 2, 4, 6, 8, but I needed 3, 6, 9, 12, so I'm probably going to do 4. I thought these were smooth white concrete. Smooth white concrete, not what I need. Actually, that was enough. That was kind of amazing. Except I might need to fill this in here. Maybe. Let's. Ports. Let's do some ports. All right, these are input, so we can put a flux point here, and we're gonna create a new network. Network settings. Create a new. There it is. Create a new network. Generators. Create generators network. So we're gonna put this point right on the generators network. We're gonna not have a limit, obviously. Now I don't know. Ultimate power. I don't know if there's a limit to how much power they can move, but wait, why is that? What? Why aren't those? Oh, those aren't connect. I don't think they're connecting because the thing isn't formed. It's not properly formed. By the way, you can put structural class in this instead of production. C inside. Okay. Now, we don't really have enough. I don't think so. Oh my god, we have enough for this? That's insane. 560. Ooh, let's start it. Let's check this spiciness here. Over 1,000 infused alloy. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Now there was a time when I would fire off like 20 of them, and it would just be like you need you need a CPU. I would do a craft. I remember one time I did a craft and I needed a CPU that had 128 blocks in it. It was just this giant CPU. I don't even remember the statistics on it. I know I had like 80 coprocessors in it, and the rest were all like 64K storage. It was crazy. Um, okay, I need. I'm gonna need two more ports as well. I hope those don't conflict. Please don't conflict. Please. So now you can see why you kind of separate you kind of separate the assemblers that each step is on. When Direwolf does it, like he just drops them all in the same pattern provider, like the entire thing, and it's just like, God, it's so inefficient. There's no point in doing coprocessors when you do that because it's literally one craft is blocking another craft. You can't parallel. You can't parallel craft. It makes it difficult. And there we go. And there we go. So there's that, and there's that. this goes inside. These are going to go, obviously out. But we want the provider. So this will allow you to move 52 million FE per tick. We want one of these. We actually have enough gubbins, believe it or not, to do that. And then once that's done, so you can mix and match whatever you want in here. And code wise, again, I shudder to think of how they implemented this, but honestly don't know if it would be possible to replicate this feature in Vintage Story and do it reliably. I mean, it literally took years for mods in Minecraft, many years to get to the point where you could have like dynamically sized multi-blocks. And there's a ton. I was kind of going through all of the library mods that we had for the mod pack, which is crazy. And it's almost like every mod that has multi-blocks includes their own little multi-block system. So it's like,
Ouch.
it's so funny. Like the factory must grow one, that includes one. Mechanism has one. Pneumatic craft has one. It's just like all these mods have these like multi-block libraries, and it's just, I mean, it's like, come on, people. And even with me, like Vintage Engineering, the multi-block system for the base game is incredibly limited. At least it was. I haven't looked at the new version, 1.20 yet. But in the old version, it was limited in size. You couldn't have a multi-block that was over like 5x5x6. You couldn't. It's just impossible to have a multi-block bigger than that. Because of how it generates the multi-block, it's really gnarly. The multi-block system creates a separate block for every position around the multi-block. Every single position has to have its own block ID. And I'm like, God, that's such an inefficient way of doing it. Yay, red particles. And now, this thing is good to go. So we can go to the... It's amazing that this thing actually works. Ooh, you know what I forgot? I need one more port, which I know it's going to give me 2 because you make 2 at a time. And put that. Now, if it's full of power, you can break it and rearrange it. Just don't break the things inside, because the blocks inside are what actually holds the power. So if you break this, you'll save the power. If you break this and then break that block inside of there, that'll void the power. So just so you know. But the induction port here, which I'm going to need actually over here, so I don't cover up that. That's how you get a comparator out here, and that's how you read how much power is. I think. I mean, there's a Project Red version, but I'm going to use this one just to see. No idea. I don't like really use comparators all that much. But let's get another polished stone and redstone, and I just want to put a dust in so I can see it, and that way the the thing on the screen tells me what the power is, right? So we're going to go to the reactor. We're going to switch this to the generators network. Blah! 6.5 million FE per tick. And this thing just drained out. we can turn this puppy back on again. Right? And now we're pumping out 200 or 628,000 FE per tick. Which is glorious. So let's head back home. Down here. So that just literally just dumped all of its power into here. And yeah, 1.5 billion FE. We are 10% full. No, 1%. Yeah, we're 1% full. Just with one of those, right? I could put 26 more in there. Okay, so this is outputting a 1 power. I don't know what the formula is to what power. Like, I'm sure once it's full, it's 15 hours, whatever that's a pretty decent spike. But you can basically take this somehow, detect if it's over a certain level, and then you can shut down, wirelessly transmit that signal, and then shut down the reactor. And I'll have to do that before I sign off, because this thing will probably fill up after the stream, sometime tonight or something. I don't know how do you do an analog lever? I think there's a somebody might have to experiment with that. I did automate some of the things, all the base materials for Red Power, or Project Red, I should say. So you can like control click an AE and just build the components. I didn't want to like add a recipe for every single every one of these in Project Red integration. OR gate, NOR gate, NOT gate, AND gate, XOR gate, XNOR gate. Like, I didn't want to do that. So, but all the base components, most of them should be good. There's even there's a built-in RS latch. Crazy. But I don't know how to sell it. I don't know if there's a way to basically only transmit if it's a certain power, or if it's just like we just gonna have to stretch it out. And because it decrements power the further away you go. So power 1 now. If we win another square, it would be power 0. If we win like 8 squares, it would need to be like 9 power before it triggered. I was hoping we could do it and not have to do that. Maybe you could do the subtractor. I don't know. I just don't use the comparators. There's definitely people out there that are better than me at that. Okay, so these then we need another plug. Really? I don't have these automated? So this then is the public power. This is going to be induction. Bypass limit. I don't even know what to do with this. Let's move this to generators. Right? So this should be now a little over 656. Funny these dynamos don't make any sound. I'm used to mechanism or everything makes noise. Again, power surge. Anybody know? I keep asking this, like, what the hell this power surge does? Sometimes I click this and it does stuff. Sometimes I click it and it doesn't do stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what it does. This thing is outputting numbers. I don't even know how to read that. It's outputting a lot. Let's just put it down. Okay, so if we went back to the generator thing, it would not be processing anything right now. Sulfur is processing. However, uranium is completely empty. But at least all the hydrofluoric acid side stuff is doing good. And how much fuel we have? This thing completely full, which is good. What do we have in terms of fuel? We have 5,000 buckets of fuel, which is a pretty decent amount. Shouldn't this one be triggered? Shouldn't this one be triggered right now? Yeah, this one should be triggered. This should be off, light sensor, unless this is... Let's do daylight sensor. Oh, it is. Oh my god, do you see? It. I fucking hate that so bad. You have no idea how much I hate that. The blocks just spit out anyway. It's like just straight down. It would just fall straight down, and I would be 90% of my shenanigans would be taken care of. Okay, so this should be massively chewing up some of that. Now, if we sleep, Power 7. Power 8. Oh, you know what? You know what is missing? I just realized. Why is it not? I'm not trying to insert, I'm trying to place it on top. There we go. There it is. Okay, I think, yeah, this is good. Boy, I chewed through 50 buckets of waste pretty fast. Didn't I? Polonium, doing okay. I don't know what our minimum amount we need for fusion reaction. I don't know what it is, but I know it's a lot. I know it's quite a bit, especially when it comes to like this. But I wanted to get some basic power setup going before I bumped up generation rate here. So while we work on a process for this, let's bump up this a little bit more. Let's go to 20. Just fine, not any problems at all. Now we're at 1.25 million power per tick, which is what we're pushing through this thing. It's a decent amount of power. And then remember, that's, what are we at, 20? Is that what this is? Yeah, we're at 10%. So we could do probably 12, 13 million power per tick out of that. But that's going to burn through that fuel pretty fast. So we want a way to first we want this to be high priority. Okay. So this will fill up with power. And as a failsafe, we're going to have a trash can back here with a flux point. And this is going to be priority -10 for the generators. So power will come in here. If this completely fills up, right? If it completely fills up, you do not want your turbine filling up with power. And at 1.2 million per tick, it would fill up fast. It would fill up like 2 billion power right quick. So this is a failsafe. So you prioritize your your battery, and then you deprioritize your trash. Because once that thing fills up, I do want to put some circuitry, if somebody can figure out how to detect like what block or what mechanism we would need, if there's a way to do it efficiently. I'm open to suggestions other than running a long line. Like, how do you do it to detect, hey, if power is like, if there's a threshold, right? If power is above, let's say 10 or 12, then emit. I think there's an RF Tools version. I think there's an RF Tools thing that allows you to do that. Analog.
Are you familiar with that at all, Death? I'd have to do a lot of catching up.
RF, no.
Yeah, I think RF Tools. The RF Tools analog can do simple calculations on input. No, not two sides. God, I know that there's. I want to say there's a way to do it. Given a truth table. I'm kind of curious of what that means. Given a truth table. Logic. God, what the heck was it?
AFK a little bit here.
I could have sworn there's a way to do this. Level emitters. I mean, you're talking about the AE ones? Level emitters? We have extended AE. That was your request. Extended AE is in there. Other than that, is there a mod that's just level emitters? I don't need to emit a level. I need to, like, make decisions based on a level. Like, if level is greater than blah, like, do the thing. Anyway, I'm burning time here. We need to work on a ore processing system so we don't actually run out of fuel. We're gonna use barrels, I think. This was a prototype. I just kind of threw this together as a prototype. Let's work on a real, an actual version. We can kind of do it here. It doesn't really have to be. Come on. Grab the block. Why is the block pickup range so damn short? So I raise these up off the ground because I want, more side access here. Ideally, we would have one side because it's basically these barrels here. So this here, I made this thing way too fast. The efficiency is just yeah. So we need at least an import bus on all of this. So I think what we can do is wait, what happened to all my colored fluix? Did I use all that? No, there's no way I used all that. Where did I put it? Okay, well, fluix? No, it must have been used when I made like dense cables or something. Wait, you're not playing. You requested a mod to be put in the pack, and you're not playing the pack. But whatever. Let's do some cables. So I want to keep. You need to keep these networks separated. And the best way to do that is with dyeing. Oop, this needs to go around like that. Let's do some red. I want to do. Let's get some more red dye here. Okay. What do we want to do in the front, maybe? And then we need some import buses. Let's first get some blue dye. And yellow. And I'll show you why in a second. Okay, now look at import buses. We don't need the extended. We don't need anything super fast. I hope. I am going to do some acceleration cards just for funsies. I just shift. I can. Excellent. AE developers, you're just awesome. All of the awesome. So this will be a subnet just for the formation plane. That's all that's for, is powering that formation. And we want some power. Okay. Now, this one we can take out. And then the formation plane, kind of the meat and potatoes of the whole enchilada here. Really doesn't have to be anything. It's just, it is what it is. Now, the annihilation plane, that is super enchanted. We're going to do that, and we're going to have, like, doesn't really matter. Just to make sure, these are separate networks. Quartz fiber. Right, so this annihilation plane is Fortune 10, efficiency 9. Now we could even put even more fortune on that if we it could be done. And then this needs a storage bus. And we could do something like that. And then have chest. Right? So this is going to be insert only. We're not going to take anything out of here, obviously. The annihilation plane is just going to push things into the system. All right, now the fun part is all of the redstone-enabled export buses on all of this stuff. So we have 6 barrels. We have we go top, back, and bottom. We could do 3, 6, 9. Yeah, we could do 18 different ore processes. What we can't do is we can't go in the middle here because there's no way. If I have an export bus here and one here, there's no way to use a redstone signal to just turn one of those on. They would both turn on, which is not something we want to do. Basically, what this system does is it will basically export. This storage bus sees all the ore. These export buses will export like gold ore when gold dust is less than some number, and then it'll spit out gold ore, and the processing will process it into nuggets. The nuggets will be compressed into blocks. The blocks will be put into the pulverizers, hence giving a lot of gold dust. It's a roundabout way of managing how many resources, because if we imported all these ores and processed them regardless of how many we had, we would have millions and millions of iron and gold, and granted, that's a little spicy, like, why not? But it's we don't have the mega cells. Mega cells was one of the ones that I was like, ooh, that would be spicy. Mega cell. We have the 256K max drive of AE, and mega cells I think has up to 256 megabytes, right? 256K, 256 meg. Like it's 1,000 times bigger. Can you imagine how many 1K drives you would need to craft to do a 256 meg? Ooh. That's where the redstone, like the massive amount of redstone that we have here. Yeah, there have been crafts when I've had those kinds of mods in where it has been like I literally have 15 million redstone, right, sitting around, and I trigger a craft that uses like 9 million redstone. I've done that before, which is why I build the systems that I do, because I don't know why, but it just tickles me when I do a craft that is just obscenely large. But anyway, so yeah, there's a lot, like there's some that I won't need, but God, how do I want to do this? It would be easier, honestly, to have a level emitter on all of like the back end of this, and have import buses on the ores to the subnet, and then have all of those, because the import bus would be a separate network. The level emitter, that would be on the main network. So the level emitter would be the thing that I would need to connect to this line here, probably through a P2P, because there's a lot of drawers. But some of these I don't need to import. The ancient debris, like the netherite here, already, I think I push it through the induction, right? Because that doubles it out. So I already know how to process that, so I don't need to import it. It's no reason. The system already sees that it exists. What I don't want to do is just like process all of these. Because processing, 300,000 iron may fill up the drive with dust. I think the base dust I read on the AE system or on the AE wiki, right? So the copper dust and iron dust, right? I read that if you partition it to just one item, these are 256 drives. When you partition it to just one item, it can hold 2 million. And when I read that, I was like, is that going to be enough? Because there have been many playthroughs of Minecraft that we've played where I have way more than that, which is why I wanted to. I don't even know if Megacells is even in if it's out for 1.20.1. But when I was looking through all the mods, I was just going through the list, and I was just like, I'm gonna do it again, and then write down the names of the mods that I'm like, ooh, I want that one, and then do the 1.21 1.21 pack. At this point, like the one thing that all the mods doesn't have, all the mods 10, is there's no create in it at all. And create, I don't think create has been updated for 1.21, and I can't even imagine the amount of work that is. I just can't imagine. The number of ways that stuff can go wrong is just it's crazy. I think we could probably turn I'm pretty sure we can turn the one off in the Nether. Can I do network members? No, that's not it. Network connections. Void miner in the Nether. I can't disconnect it from here? That's unfortunate. I thought I could. Weird. Okay. Well, I guess not. We're up to 24 billion power. Okay, yeah, I think I convinced myself I want to do import buses with things and stuff. So that means we want 2 different colors. This system is going to change. So like zinc, gold, iron, tin, copper, gold. And osmium. I mean, bauxite, I'm not really going to hook up yet. Niter, lead, lithium, silver, emerald, diamond. That one I can skip. That one I need. This entire row I can skip. Another cobalt, I'm not going to worry about that. Another quartz, dimensional shards, fluorite, uranium, thorium, I'm going to skip. I need to hook these up just to have them hooked up. So these are going to be all the import buses. So I can optimize this a little bit. Oh. The being able to walk up 2 is jarring. I really wish I could make that better. But Um, okay. So let's take this, and we're gonna put this to the side, and we're gonna take this. Remember, these are going to be import buses. And we're going to need a whole bunch of redstone cards. Here. This is what will dictate the import buses. So then we need... bunch more of these. Love how fast the system is. It's so glorious. No, none of this is powered right now, so do not hook up your system with power until you're actually done with it. Trust me on that. And you want to get all of this hooked up first. That. Now, I'm hoping that you can only put in one redstone card, because 26? Yes. 25. 4, 3, 2. Niter. Oh, I need one on niter. Why did I? I'm doing this before I do immersive engineering because, yeah, we're gonna run out of power here in a bit. All those 5,000 buckets of fuel. Plus, if we want to get, I want to do RF Tools dimensions, and I want to get an XP dimension, because then I wouldn't have to worry ever again about Apotheosis XP use, because we would literally have a dimension as well as the fuel. So, we could make a dimension of the fuel, but that dimlet alone, the one with the uranium hexafluoride dimlet itself, is like 500,000 power per tick. So it's like I made them extremely expensive, because it alone allows you to like have a literally like an infinite amount of power. Right? It's a dimension that's just nuclear fuel. You can just go crazy with it. So this is why I'm using the colored cable. Is the colors do not connect to one another, right? The yellow cable does not connect to a blue cable. So then it keeps the network separated. Now, programmatically, I don't even want to think about how they did that. It's rough. And then this is where we get all our level emitters. Now, I could probably always, oh my god, these are set to always active. Why wouldn't you put a redstone card in and you want to control things with redstone? Does it default to always active? I put a redstone card in. I want to activate with signal. That's the whole point, right? Now, is there an applied energistics copy or settings? Is there a way to copy the settings from one thing to another? There are so many mods that add stuff like that. Oh my god, all the facades. Really? I should disable the facades. This is It would be some weird like handheld thing that you just copy the settings over. Maybe the network tool? Nope. Oh, you can put upgrade cards in the network tool now? Um, ooh, no, that's a memory card. I know what that's for. Never mind. I got excited for a second. Yeah, the memory card is for peer-to-peer, P2P. Oh, you can actually use it. The memory card uses a copy settings between A2 devices and link P2P table. Oh, it can also paste upgrade card. Ooh, shift right click to copy. Right click to paste. Oh, we are so gonna jump on that. Memory. So I want to copy this. Paste. Yes. Thank you. I take everything back what I said. Just verify that we're still pasting. Thank you, AE team again. Quality of life features, while easily to overlook, are just major things that just improve your enjoyment of a mod. That makes life so much better. Okay. So the threshold wait, what was it called? Threshold level emitter. Yeah. I don't have that. I want the threshold level emitter. This thing is glorious. Oh yeah, we're gonna put this copy paste machine to the test. I'm hoping that the threshold. We need like 20. I'm hoping I can copy and paste. Threshold level emitter. This we're going to emit when levels are below upper threshold. Okay, I gotta remind myself. It's an RS latch. Okay. And turn on when the quantity is greater than. But I've switched this. Upper threshold. So lower threshold, I want like 2,000. And then upper threshold, I want 40,000. Right? So it'll trigger if the thing is under 2,000, and it won't turn off until it's above 40,000. In my brain, that's how this works. Emit when levels are below limit. Yes. So this is not hooked up to a network yet, obviously. We're going to hook it up to this over the top. So again, the rule is colored cables of different colors don't connect to one another, but all colors connect to the regular Fluix cable, right? So we want a peer-to-peer because this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's going to be. We're going to want to split. I have too many wrench link. Um, we need to split these because this is going to be, I think, over 60. Yeah, we can have 16 channels on one regular Fluix cable. And this is way more than that. This is 9. This is 8, which is 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 total channels that we need. Which reminds me that this is also wrong and bad. How the hell are we going to do this? Uh, Damn channels. I don't think you can hook up like devices to dense cables. Pretty sure. Maybe.
That's confidence.
We want to solve this. Is a complex because if I'm going to visualize here, we're going to need another threshold switch on. So how do we keep these separated? We're going to need some cable anchors. Grab some of these. That's 9. This is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I want to put in level emitter, threshold. Let's try to copy. Copy current and then paste. Is that good? Oh, thank God. Paste, 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 paste. Those are all of those. Let's see. Final 4. Oh my goodness, I ran out of level. Paste. Okay. Ooh-wee. That was spicy. Now the connection between these two is going to be relatively straightforward. Dense cable is basically like this with this, right? So there's channels there, channels there. Actually, let's take that one away. So yeah, this is a long thing going all the way over here, and then we want a P2P. How is it we have an odd number? That's weird. And then this. Okay, this is. Grab another memory card. An item frame. Don't forget your quartz fiber, because you need to power this side of this side. Oh man. Side of the side of. You don't want to move the channels to the side. You just want to power. Device online. How is this using 0 channels? What? That makes. This thing says nothing about not using any channels at all. How is this not? Level emitters do not. What? Since when? One channel. They use level emitters use channels. One channel. It's using a channel. That is a glaring bug with the extended AE mod. Their threshold level emitters do not use channels. Let's actually set the item here. So this is coal. How much coal do we have in the system? Coal. We have 12,000. So the coal won't actually turn on. Not right now anyway. So let's just put the coal in here. Oh, this won't turn on. That's fine. Yeah, they're definitely supposed to. They're definitely supposed to use power or use channels. 100% they're supposed to use channels. Okay, so copper. Let's go to copper dust. And then this one is copper dust. How much? Okay, we have 55,000. We're fine. What do we low like? Iron dust. Like we're not really out of a lot of this. Tin. So this one is tin. Let's go iron. Iron. Gold. Gold. Zinc. Zinc is a little different because there's no dust. Zinc. I don't. Where are we storing zinc? Are we doing that in a drawer? I bet you we are. Yeah, we are. We only have 375 zinc, so let's change that. Let's see what happens. And this happens. Still not using a channel. Yeah. That's amazing. Massively wrong. Anyway, moving on. I'm going to leave it just in case some random update. If I update the mods, like at some point, it's going to be like, oh, threshold level emitters now use a channel. It's like, oh, shit. Lithium. Or lithium duvalac is here, is what I'm wanting. I'm pretty sure these are also over here. Let's check. I don't think, yeah, right here. And we have 2 upgrades. So lithium is here. So that should trigger that. And now you can actually look at the drawer and actually see what's in it. That's nice. Used to be you look at the drawer and be like, oh, I don't know what's in there. Dust. Lead dust. Or lead dust. And then this one is niter. Well, let's do emerald and diamond. We're actually amazingly low, quote unquote. We're low on diamonds. Emerald. Nothing is being imported because this system isn't up yet. All right, niter. Nope. I want to change this. There we go. Okay. And then this is going to be quartz. Nether quartz. Shard. Okay. Fluorite. And uranium. And I just want to verify helps to have an import bus. I think it's giving me the wrong kind of uranium. But I already have a converter for it, so it's like it's gonna spin up crafts. Yeah, the ore shenanigans is just a nonstop struggle. Okay, so uranium, it doesn't really matter what I do. It's gonna be this uranium dust is gonna be the limit. So that should go. It is what it is. Now, sulfur. Um, we have a bunch of this. I don't know where this is coming from, but this. Let's verify that the pulverizer does indeed give me the right kind of sulfur. 'Cause, not sure. Wait. Um, yeah, I might want to just take this sulfur and export it. That way I can gate the sulfur behind the dust, not the item. Otherwise, so that's that one. Let's move over to here. The next one is going to be lapis. So much lapis. This is going to be redstone. We're down to 1,000 redstone. Crazy. Okay. Yeah, niter and apatite are used in really good phyto-grow fertilizer. Not that we need more food, but bauxite. What is this? Aluminum. I'm not gonna do anything with this right now. I shouldn't even have an import recipe. I really should. Large volumes of aluminum I don't really need. So osmium, though. You never have enough osmium. We have not enough.
It's true.
Dust. Oh, I think I did these bottom ones already. Yep. Tin, copper. God dang it. Okay. We have a few here that need to be imported. So, first things first, we want a quartz fiber. Um. Right, we're gonna need. Now, I'm pretty sure. Dense. It's a really ugly color, so I apologize. No. Too many channels? No. What? There's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do I need a controller over here? I bet you I do. I bet you have a limited number of channels if you don't have a controller. That's what I'm gonna assume. That's what it was. Not sure how many you have. You probably only have the 16 that can come from that. So. Oh, look at all those ender pearls.
Here, emptying my bag out.
Oh, I was like, man, we must be killing a lot of enemies. So that's going to go a while. Yeah, I could connect more, and I don't know. Is it, would it be worth it? I mean, we're literally getting every break up to 11 zinc from one. It's not going to go that long. And thankfully, the audio is localized. We're going to need a flux point. Seven. Or tunator. asked that? You want to play with your friends, buy the game. What does Minecraft cost these days? Like $25? Like, what? Hi, would you give me a free game, please? Like, no. Sorry, but no. uh, who goes around begging for things? Like, I don't understand that at all. All right, I'm gonna put this memory card in here as a reminder of that's what we need. All right, let's clean up the ye old inventory here. And think about how do we little ways in today. I'd like to work on getting some immersive engineering stuff screenshotted. If I could figure out the right menu to open, B and tab and E, and I just hit all the letters. That way, this is basically self-regulating at this point. I can't believe I forgot that this was sitting here still. Okay. So immersive engineering, I kind of want to. Oh. Should we get like a backpack of some kind for immersive? So this iron. Gold. Diamond. And just to be completion. Somebody was in here and didn't close the door. You kidding me? Somebody used all of our netherite, didn't make any more. Didn't replace what was in there. That's okay. This is going to be immersive pack. Reasons. Immersive pack. There it is. Good to go. All right. Now, I know we had a few bits and bobs running around. Like there's
Yeah, right here.
there's a few things.
Chest right here.
Getting to know the progression a little bit would be helpful. Let's well, we might come back here eventually and steal some of that stuff, but so what do we want? We need engineer's hammer. I know that is one of the entry points. It's in here somewhere. There it is. Engineer's hammer.
It is definitely important. You might want to start with by making the book. The book usually, well, at least used to, kind of walk you through it.
Update news.
Oh, that's right. It's a super simple one. Book and a lever.
And support from a trail. Yeah, whatever. overview, workbenches. I mean, they give you like, here's all the things, but they don't give you a like, do this first, do this next, do this next, do this next. It's just like overview. Here's all the things. Introduction. Words and things. Energy is transmitted between connectors. G. Relays between the wires. Yeah, this is basically the sort of system that I've built. I haven't built any of the limits yet, right? So the wire transfer rates, the limiting on this, none of that code is in there. So and I'm talking about engineering, by the way. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done on vintage engineering yet. So ores, metal plates. Yeah, we've got that. Alloys, electrum and constantin. You're not the only mod that does that, sir. Industrial hemp. I think we have plenty of that. We have I think we've been farming that for like 3 weeks. Treated
got,
wood,
like,
it uses a
30,000.
creosote.
Yeah, the book has been redesigned since. So it used to be, oh yeah, like simple machines and then heavy machines. So you pretty much just start at the top of the simple and work your way down.
Yeah. Engineer's crafting table. Yeah, that uses treated, so you can't get to that until you get engineer's crafting table. Treated wood service. Oh, there's a cat. Yeah, what is it? Um, this is one of the last things I added to the you're just a cat. Say hi to everybody. Yeah, the what did I add? Creosote oven was the last thing I added. It was it's a dead easy multi block, 3x3x3, and it's the thing that's going to trigger uh, already off the lap. Coke brick, coke oven. There it is. Coke brick. 3, 6. That process right there that I just did, right? Building it, smacking it with a hammer, that is not easy. That's not easy to do. It's going to take me a better part of a few months to figure out how to do that in Vintage Story. It's going to be a while because it's a huge amount of things, amount of code that I have no idea how to do, or how to do the texture thing. Like, oh god, there's so much. There's so much. I wish code was like directly transferable, but whatever. So we want to put like coal blocks. Coal block. drop that in there. Let her go. I don't know how long it takes. Just literally no indication. I don't know where the output is. Is there a
Yeah, it's the one right next to the show recipes button, and then the show recipes, that little oil drop, that is your progress bar. And on the
Yeah, I knew that
right-hand
was the
side,
progress, but there's no indication of like how long it takes.
oh yeah,
I knew that was the
Yeah.
progress, but it's like, is this a 10-minute craft? Is this a 30-second craft? Like, there's no indication.
gotcha.
Now, I think you can either pull out of the side. Let's see. Through the tank.
I think it's out of the back.
Well, laser IO. Yeah, just put all my laser stuff away. I should know better. Now, if there's a if the connection is possible, it will indicate that. Here. Extract. Nope, that's wrong. We'll see if that works. This is going to take a hot minute. So while this is working, again, this will give us creosote oil. And the reason I wanted that is for treated, which you need for the engineer's thingy. Trying to go for treated liquid. Yeah, the other thing is the blast furnace. This is the other. I made it a single block, but I really do want it to be a multi-block. Blast brick multi-block. Yeah. So blast brick. Let's look at our brick situation. So go on to these. Blast brick. So this will take iron and make steel just really directly, just straight up. So it is 60 seconds per ingot. See, this tells me how long it takes, which is nice. Improved blast furnace. That is even spicier. So 540 seconds for a block. So 9 times 6 is 54. So you literally don't. There's literally no reason, no benefit of doing blocks. It's the same amount. 6 times 9 is Um,
Yeah, I think the coke oven's the only one where it's better to do blocks.
which is weird. 'Cause you think block of coal coke lasts 600 seconds. So you can do a block of coal coke for a block of iron in a almost. Hey, look at that! We're halfway there. So what is the improved? The reinforced needs steel plate. Well, we might have a little bit of steel. So this machine. Let's make like 30 steel plate. And this. And this. We're gonna leave room in the back for this one. Need a hopper. There. And then preheaters. Wires. Oh, Lord. Well, you can use that kind of wire. Let's see how it is. And this is why I have the blowers on mine. I mean, they're they're not preheater. They don't preheat anything. They heat the thing up. Like, they're not preheating anything. Blast furnace fuel. It's the same amount of time. Not sure. I'm quite sure you need creosote to make the connectors.
I don't actually remember. Terracotta for the connectors.
That's almost exactly the same recipe I have. You need to bake clay.
Seems like a logical thing. I mean, it's
So that this mod makes it different. There's the difference between a wire connector and a wire wheel. Whereas so a relay, just like in my mod, a relay is the thing you use to connect wires or stretch it. Whereas the connector is actually something you put it on a machine, it will power said machine. I don't have that functionality in my relay yet. I could make them separate objects. The connector and the relay are separate. I was not planning on doing that because they're effectively the same model. There's a slightly different texture. Because the connector itself, the code, could detect whether it's placed on a machine or not. Right? Place it, you can run a little code and say, "Hey, am I placed on a machine?" And if you are, and if you're placed on the right spot on the machine, then you can basically turn yourself into and change the behavior that way. So yeah, the connector is terracotta and copper. Pretty simple. A lot of um
you get multiple for it though, don't you?
yeah, still comp
Yeah.
so we're gonna use okay. I'm just seeing kind of how it has been literally years since I've done anything with this mod. So looking at this, the connector itself has power. That is interesting. You're too damn cute for your own good.
Thank you.
Okay. I really don't know how they did that. How you can stretch a wire and then clip it. I have not found a way in Vintage Story. Now these are different. Was so it wrote in the item. Um. Okay, you have some creosote. So we were able to pull out of the front of this. This tough to replicate. Because this is all essentially one block. Right. Clear that. Clear that. This side instead. That'd be really hard to do. I honestly don't know how we're gonna do it. I hear the person. She's like, wire this goes to here. Then this there. Because the connector can only have one connection, whereas a relay can have more. I did something. Coffee, thank you so much, sir. Scared the bejesus out of me, but thank you so much. Generous sausage. Very, very kind. So yeah, I did a similar thing for Mitch's engineering, where the machines can only, each machine can only have one connection, and the relay can have, or the LV relay can have one. Or 8 or something. I think it's 5. And I also did the wire read, so you can't take a wire and stretch it to the render distance, right? And again, I don't know. I've not been able to find any way of adding a collision to the wire in Vintage Story. It's beyond my capability. I don't know how to do it. I'm not sure why aren't these on? Sound effects are another thing I haven't done. Slag. I thought it should be.
Yeah.
That's weird. Just a brand new shirt. Nice and washed. Yeah, got another layer of warmth on it.
If I remember correctly, the whole slag in the front thing, that has something to do with the... there was an intention for it. It's like, if you've got a conveyor belt in front or something, it made more sense for it. But it was probably, the way, the head dev was playing the game too, Not everybody would.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. There's a simple way of doing multi-blocks. So like these multi-block preheaters, I could probably figure out how to do this. The biggest issue is like how to interact with like power. How do you power them? Whereas mine, the actual block itself, this is the actual block now. All these other ones are all coming. That's the thing you have to wire in because that's the thing that's ticking. It would take a much smarter person than me, much more capable programmer than me, to really push this system for Vintage Story into realms that it doesn't have right now. Like just out of my realm of and I'm kind of surprised. We're like 5 weeks in, and nobody's built an immersive air. Not a single aircraft. Why did this stop? That was supposed to last like all of the time. What's going on here? Let me get rid of this block thingy, and then that lasted like 10 ingots. No, I guess yeah, that's actually right. 10 ingots is actually okay. Never mind. All sorts of loud. Take that volume down a bit. Okay. Let's fine. I want to do another flag here. Steel post. Where's the other post? Power pole is there. It is. Found it.
I was totally panicked.
Totally. I know. So let's see if this is. Nope. Again, it zaps you. Zap. I don't. Again, I don't know how they do collisions because, like, I just don't know because everything in this game is block based, just like Vintage Story. It's all block based, and there's no collision box. There's no idea. There's a way to cheese it possibly. Because, I'm keeping track of all the wires, right? I know where all the wires are. But, whoa, that windmill is freaking out over there. That's funny. It was just distracting. I was like, so I know where the endpoints of all the wires are. I could potentially calculate, depending on the player's position, are they near a wire? But you would have to do that for every player and every wire, which is it's just unacceptable. There's too much. The other way to do it is to basically forget about the actual rendering of the wire. right? Forget about that. Take this square and this square, and however those are oriented around one another, and just have a collision, just an individual collision box, basically around that wire between the 2 points. And then if you collide with that, that is what you hit. But, when you mouse over something and you see it, that's the collision. It's not telling me I'm colliding anything. So I don't know. I don't know how that works. I wish I did, but I don't. Okay. So there's a bunch of machines. Once you have steel, right? Once you have steel, still not done. Holy Moses! Will you finish your job here? Like what? What? Is there an improved coke oven?
There used to be.
There used to be improved coke. Improved blast furnace. Coke brick. It does not look. There are so many different machines and stuff. The ones I want to take pictures of. Sounds a little weird saying it like that. God, I wish we had immersive petroleum. Oh man, I wish we had immersive. Somebody Google that project. Check, see if you can track down their GitHub and see if they've got this is their movement. Anyway, so this is definitely something I want to build and take pictures of. The fact that it's multiple blocks is rough. This LV, put that up, and then MV. Electronic. Oh shit. Electrum wire.
There hasn't been any activity on it in 5 years on the GitHub. Unless there's a new person taking care of it or something. Oh, it looks like somebody else started doing one as well, but that hasn't been dealt with in 3 years.
MV wire. Okay, so the last thing we need is this electronic component, which needs the engineer's workbench, which I know we have one of. And so to save myself a little bit of sanity, I'm gonna grab this. And what do we need in terms of this? We need engineer's blueprint, crafting components. What is that? Super special blueprints. Congratulations, you found an Easter egg. What? It's literally the exact same thing as this one. What? Anyway. Specialized projectiles. Dark furnace. Well, we have enough of those. Okay.
So there was a version of emissive petroleum for 1.19.
I mean, yeah, I knew there was a relatively new version, but I don't like.
Yeah.
I haven't dove deep. I was desperate when I looked at it. I was like, no, there's not one for 120. No.
Yeah.
And I don't know Java. I wouldn't know it would take me months to sort of reprogram my brain of just going through the code. Like if I download the GitHub, just setting up the development environment. Like I'm not even remotely close to Java, but I need a screenshot of all of the immersive petroleum things, the refinery, the oil derrick, the pump jack. Like I would love like a nice, just like I did the screenshot area, like the nice smooth background screenshot area. I would love a screenshot of all that stuff. Because if I'm in like the model builder for Vintage Story, if I'm in the model builder, like having a reference point, it would be nice. It's not going to be identical. Obviously, it's not going to be a one for one because they're completely different ways of building models. But and the textures are also going to be all different. But like I haven't had an outpouring of support for the mod, and I know I want to say it's early days yet, but I honestly thought I would at least come across a couple people that were like, yeah, I'll do some stuff. And the charger that I have, the guy who did the charger let me use it. Well, they're working on like models for another mod and for another electricity. I'm just like, what? Like why? Like why don't we just join forces and like tackle this shit like crazy? And I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay. Treated wood slab, nether quartz. Um, redstone dust, electrum wire. Well, I think we have all that shit. Of course, I have to do that. Slab. Quartz.
Right back.
Now I can do transformer. Yay! Transformer. I don't really think so. Yeah. Dirt. I always have dirt on me because I'm always like building temporary setups. Somebody sleep, please. Por favor.
Certainly. Oh, I don't even know where we have a bed.
You don't have a sleeping bag?
No. Do you have a bed in your area there, Death?
You just went AFK.
Oh, of course.
I'll sleep. God, one of the advancements I got was oiled up and ready to go. Really? This is not a Diddy party. Okay. Transformer. Okay. 1, 2. Oh. The other side is whatever. How am I gonna do? I have no idea. This windmill over here is bothering me. What the hell is going on over here?
Is it the jiggling?
The wiggling and jiggling?
Yeah. Because it's fine on my screen, so it's like a client problem. Is it worked fine now?
No, it's still wiggle jiggle.
Okay. I think there's a way to actually turn it off, right?
It's a really subtle Nazi symbol too. I gotta get away from it.
I mean,
the way that the inside, if you just look at the inside of that from the front, it's just like, I mean, it's nice. It's just, it is what it is. Just funny, like, yep, there it is. I mean, I say that symbol. It's actually, let's call it the Buddhist symbol. The Buddhist symbol. HV wire coil.
Yeah.
Aluminum. Do we even have any aluminum? Aluminum. Okay. High voltage coil is, we need steel wire, which is steel plate. Let's get a few more of those. And aluminum. No. How about this one? Nope. Aluminum. 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 Here. And oil. Oil. Yay. Now, we have this. Thank God those are tagged. Now, this one is basically the same thing, but I want to see how this works. Obviously, this transformer. Pretty sure you can, like, attach them. Yeah. And that changes what they look like, which is crazy. How do they do that? Now I'm going to have to take a picture of that. Ooh, need some more wood. More crystal, please. happens if you put it underneath that? Aha! Okay. So obviously the transformer is one direction, right? This is the MV connector. This is the LV connector. Now, I don't know what would happen if I connected this to there. But you can't. Isn't that what? What? Oh, you can. I need to use the bathroom.
I'm really glad the Starlink dish has a heater built into it.
Oh,
There's about a half inch of sleet and ice out there right now.
oof. Oh, bunch of sleet and ice.
I said I'm glad
Sorry.
the Starlink dish has a built-in heater because there's like a half inch of sleet and ice outside right now.
Ooh. That's yikes. This should not be able to connect to that. I wonder what something simple that we would be able to. Is there a light? Floodlight?
I know there's lanterns, but they might be powered all the time.
Components. Glass, paper. S- Oh, yeah, and then I need. Okay. Oh, that has a crafting grid. Nice. Oh, I'm glad I increased the capacity of the Emmy system. Just so many. Um. I'm just curious what happens. Wait, what? Um. Oh my god, you can rotate the damn. Oh my god, really?
Oh yeah, the floodlight.
Unbelievable. How do you
Yeah, it's
power
pretty
this?
crazy.
Like, how do you power it? I'm assuming
I think it's those little copper bits on the four sides.
you can't directly connect a wire to. Oh, you can link.
Should be able to.
Cannot attach this wire here. Okay. Um. Oh wait. Always wrong. What did I do with my wire cutters? The system just eats everything. Okay. Um. hmm. Yeah, it really wants MV power. And if you connect LV to the top, you cannot connect it to the bottom. Okay. I was hoping just for some simple light thing. Let's do this. No, why is this? Aren't you supposed to be floodlighting? Floodlight? Does this thing need a redstone signal? Yes. Okay. But at the very least, that uses a little bit of power. Not sure how much. Not sure how much. 6? Not sure how it's calculated, but whatever. So we went from 6, now we're at 71, so that would be 64. That's 32 for each of those. 64 plus 6. Close. There's probably some rounding going on. But... Okay. As far as things and stuff go, put that over there. I don't want all the stuff in my system. No. God damn. Damn tools. I should really efficiency off all my tools. Or at least have a different set of tools for, like, you know, regular stuff. And have a different set for actual mining. Because having a super high efficiency tool is not the best when you're just putzing around building things. Okay. So, other things from this mod that I really would like a picture of would be here. We need the crusher, the arc furnace, the diesel generator, the excavator, the bucket wheel excavator thing. I don't.
It's neat looking, but I mean,
it would be a nightmare to go. Like,
yeah,
I just couldn't even imagine. So yeah, like the industrial fermenter, they're pretty standard looking things. The mixer, the refinery. I wouldn't call the refinery I would, because the refinery, in my opinion, would be, it's going to be a giant, like, oil refinery. So this refinery, I would actually call the distiller. That's what I would call this. Distiller. It's like a small refinery. And then the industrial squeezer would be kind of as well. But the main thing is that the next tier of vintage engineering, once I get all the bugs ironed out for the tier we have. So the LV tier is all the little machines to automate the components for the bigger machine. And so MV tier is going to be some bigger machines. Not all of these. The arc furnace, that's another tier above. But like the distiller, the squeezer, you know, whatever this fermenter, some of the other bits and pieces can be done in MV. But MV is mainly going to be about oil products and oil processing. Similar like Factorio. Like Factorio, like you get red and green going, and that's your first like stuff. And then you get chemical science, which is all oil based, which is it's kind of how I'm doing the vegetarian. The first tier is going to be, you know, metals and processing, and I wanted to introduce a machine to take care of most of the base game crafting system. Introduce a couple new ones, but I wanted to cover all the bases. So you can basically do everything for the base game for LV. And then MV tier is going to be about oil processing and getting the materials to like diesel and gas or whatever to generate the next tier of power. So MV tier is going to be MV power. It's going to be transformers. It's going to be more long distance running. It's going to be pumps. It's going to be refineries. All of that stuff to generate the power and to automate stuff and to get the advanced machines for other modders to, you know, use for whatever they want. They can introduce other crafts as well as edit whatever I do. And then that will lead into HV. And HV tier is essentially like the late game like mechanism. Like what do you do in late game mechanism? You build a reactor. You go crazy with power, and then you have the ability to do crazy things with the power. So that's where like the arc smelter is going to come in. That's where the, you know, the crazy high level processing is going to come in the HV tier. But yeah, that's the plan. So as far as like building all of this, like it's just a lot of components. Now the multi-block spec, I mean, it would be nice having this spec, but I might be able to discern this out of the files. You know, this pattern, because they're not all going to be directly. You know, there's obviously no redstone in Vintage Story, so the redstone engineering block is kind of a moot point. It would be nice to have a signal system. I did include the ability to do that in my wiring system. I did account for that possibility. And if nobody else does it, then I might, you know, I might do it. If you know, I want to challenge again. But I would implement it rather than have it be like redstone, like the redstone system on and off. I would more likely do a factorial style signal system. Okay, so let's see if we can't craft all the things in the stuff. Blast brick. Oh, I need a little bit more. What? Oh, yep. Uranium is getting processed now. It's glorious. Okay, so then we need steel. Seven of those. sheet metal. Come on. I need 8 myself. And I need these. I need that. Block of steel. Let's see what happens. Six blocks. Good. Now, I did look at a possible way of making UIs different looking in Vintage Story. There is a way to add an image to a UI. But UI, the UI in Vintage Story is a little on the derby side. This, which one? There it is. Oh, that's mechanism. Is it the middle one that? Yeah, it's the middle one. It's the middle. It's the middle ingot determines which mod it's from. Okay. Okay. So these. Heavy machine frame. I really should make these automated. Iron plate. Oh, you need steel. Okay. All right. I'm finally thrown in the towel. Steel. Steel sheet metal. No idea if this is going to work. Steel Duvalakis. Too many bits and bobs to have to worry about. So they're a little bit more expensive doing it in a crafting grid, but we literally have infinite resources. I have to keep reminding myself that. That's why I say it so often. It's like, don't be frugal. Like, we literally have hundreds of thousands of iron that we can deal with. We already can do those. Blocks of steel is that. Sometimes the engineering hammer, the multi-blocks don't form properly if you use the wrong kind of steel block. It can happen. I don't know. Ost, when you built that pump jack, did you have a problem with the iron block or the steel blocks that you were using? Did it form?
Let's see.
Um,
It didn't use a steel block actually. It used actual components.
I thought the top
Um,
of the pump jack itself was like 6 steel blocks.
Nope.
Okay.
It was the head and then 5 pieces of I can't remember what it was called. Pump jack something or other.
So here we have, let's put this away and that away. We have 6 blocks. We have those. We have those.
Pump jack hammer part. That's what it was
Ah,
called.
okay. Sweet.
And I got a AFK again. Puppy needs out.
So immersive. Okay, so we're gonna need 10 light engineering blocks. Let's see if this triggers. That's good. We are gonna need 5 heavy. That's good. I like when stuff works. Steel scaffolding, we need 5. Worked. Cauldron, that's... Get one of those. We already have those bricks. Scaffolding, we have redstone. Engineering block. Light engineering, we have those. Steel sheetment, we have all those. I think we have all the things. So let's go see if we can build it. And we're going to build it facing this way. It's not gonna help me build it. Heavy machinery. Arc furnace. Okay. Is there a way? There it is. There's no way. There's no way to, like, why? Why can't I just drop this in the world? That's one of the features of immersive petroleum. The okay, so it's 5x5. So what I'm trying to do, so we need
I'm back. The puppy sure does not spend long out with how cold it is.
I would not either. All right. Ooh. Okay. Block. Heavy engineering? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Heavy engineering and then light in the back. Next. I think that goes out like that. That's it. All right. Time to take some screenshots. Get it. We have a background on it. Shoot. I need the floor covered in white concrete. I was like, where's my UI? You know what? I'm gonna work smarter, not harder, everybody.
That's what I've been doing wrong.
Wow. Uh, Yeah, that dark line. Why is there a freaking shadow right there? Doesn't really solve it, but fix it in post. And just for reference. I'm even trying to color code my input output. Input orange, output.
Nice.
So yeah, if you look at, I forget which machine it was. It's one of the. I'm pretty sure my very last machine I tried to add. I didn't have a multi-block setup for it, but the alloy oven. Or no, I think I called it the blast furnace or the blasting oven or something like that. The actual texture that I made is like okay. So let's put all of this stuff away. Picking up a bunch of stuff. Okay. At least I have a frame of reference. Because remember, I'm trying to, in the spirit of the mod, I'm trying to. I'm not trying to copy. I'm trying to be like a spiritual port of the mod. Now what? Now what should we build? Let's look at the booksy here. Squeezer, fermenter, sawmill kind of looks cool when it's done, but I've already got basically what I need there. Crusher is one that I need. So this is things and stuff. Steel scaffold, 10 steel scaffold. Let's do, I think I had 6. So let's do another craft of those. Okay. That is 3 5x3. Light engineering block right smack in the middle. Okay. Next one up. Oh, it needs steel fins too. Autocraft that. That is just tedious enough. Where I don't want to. funny. A lot of these building mechanics I could replicate almost exactly. Right? I think I already added like scaffold. The engineering blocks, relatively simple. Obviously not the redstone block, but the metal fence, I've already got that. And hoppers, there's hoppers in the base game, so that's easy. I need to smack this. And the crusher, believe it or not, these rotate inside. So boy, I just did not make this screenshot area big enough. Not even close. Screenshot of that. God, why is my perspective off? Two-minute days. That's what it feels like in this game. It's so funny. It's like 2 minutes go by and it's nighttime again. Like, really? What is the point of that?
Yeah.
I don't understand, like, days going by in the vanilla, like, we're talking like vanilla Minecraft. The days going by, it makes no difference how fast days go by. It makes literally no difference if a day is 20 minutes long to an hour long. It makes no difference. It does not change the base game at all, making days longer. Because making days longer makes nights longer, right? So you still have to survive at night. If you're not sleeping through it, it still would make the early game tough. But yeah, I never understood why Minecraft days are so short. God, I wonder how they texture this. Is there a way to open model, like Minecraft models, and just see how they're built? Or is it like 3D object? I don't even know. I have no idea. I know that the Vintage Story, the model editor that they have, they forked from a Minecraft model editor that somebody made years ago. Like, we're talking years ago. So, yeah. So this kind of thing is very doable in Vintage Story. Like, very easy. Spinning these again, this is one of those, like, this is one of those features that would be nice. I'll take a screenshot of this too. All right, and to save myself a little time, let's put some. All right. Now, let's see if we can find a machine that I might be able to implant. Definitely we're going to want the diesel generator. Yeah, we're definitely going to want the diesel generator. Radiator blocks. 9 radiator blocks. Okay. What are those going to take? Oh my god, water buckets? Okay. Generator block. Ooh. This hurts. Wrong window. Okay, I think it's we need to finally bite the bullet. Now that I've got all the gubbins in my inventory, we need a we need a metal press. 100%. We have steel scaffold, heavy machine block. Let's do steel scaffold, redstone. We have heavy machine block. Why aren't you rotating the right direction, sir? What is the... Really? Really? You're really gonna do this to me? You're really gonna do that? Just to do... Like, that is an insane amount of shit that you have to do just to place it. Because it has to be facing upside down. For some reason, the wrench would only rotate it in one direction. Right.
Yeah, getting that set up was a frustrating process.
Conveyor switches. No, I'm not doing conveyor belts or wrenches anymore. Not gonna do it. idea. This apparently it is. Now, wire. This is why I'm doing this for wire, because I really need a way of making wire that doesn't involve tools. And this generator block uses a crap ton of electrum wire, and I really didn't want to do this. Steel plates, metal press molds. Do we have the metal press molds? Maybe not. Let's just make it because reasons. Wire, please. Could you do this with all the different plates? You technically could. Pretty sure that's it. I have that one craftable. I guess I do have that one craftable. Okay. I need 4 generator blocks. Okay. Let's go see what we can see. And again, it's nighttime. It's like 5 minutes go by and it's nighttime again. I need the book. So we have pipe. I think I had a little bit of pipe. There's 6 pipe there. 13 heavy engineering blocks. I have 7. There. So we have 3. We have scaffold. I think those are pipes. Yeah, those are pipes. And then that. Up one. Woo! Okay. Pretty sure it's that. That's a lot of heavy engineering blocks. Wow. Smack that. That is a cool looking block, I have to say. That is a very cool looking block.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, the redstone thing, it would be nice to be able to do redstone. It would be very nice. Sleep, so we have some daylight. There, I can actually see some stuff. Those dark bands, it's just annoying. Okay. I think that'll be. I mean, diesel generator is definitely going to be in the MB tier. This thing is, we're going to be able to do that. Put all the gubbins away. Yeah, and again, the reason I'm like taking pictures and stuff because I am not an artist. I am not a. I can't sit with a blank canvas and be like, "We're gonna dream up something," from scratch. I'm much better at taking something and being like, "All right, how do we mold this a little bit to make it unique enough in Vintage Story to look like it fits?" Right. My brain just it handles that so much better. Being able to just adapt something it's just so much easier for me. So yeah, that's why. Plus, if somebody wants to help, if somebody's like, "Hey, I want to, I've got some time, I want to help. I'm, an artist or a model or something." I can literally take those screenshots, put them in a collage, and be like, "Make this, replicate this as close as possible." You know, as best as you can. The blocky 3D object, I can do that. I have the ability in the model editor. I've done enough stuff now in the model editor that I would be able to do that. It's the texture, right? It's the texturing, it's the painting of the texture that I'm not good at. And there are certain limitations with texture, right? You can't just go wild with a UV unwrap and just go crazy with it because that would be an absolute disaster. So I've been experimenting my if you get vintage engineering, you get the creosote of it. How I did that with keeping with the 32 by 32 textures is the sides, even though it looks like a wall and it's a one side, it's actually made up of 9 different voxels, all the size of a block. And then the texture on them is just basically like I have 4 variations of a texture. The blue brick, I think it was, and I just randomly assigned one of the variants on it. And so it looks like a single voxel with a one texture on it when it's actually 9 voxels and 9 different textures. Which you might think, oh, well, that's not very efficient. It's actually really efficient because I'm able to use those same textures on all the other sides. I don't have to have a completely separate texture. Whereas if you had a UV unwrap, it would literally be one giant texture, which would be completely inefficient as far as the texture atlas. So there are technical limitations to the model creation process that if you're not aware of right away, or if you don't know, you could do a lot of work that would not be usable right in the mod. And because I have every feature that I've implemented, every machine, everything that I've done has been I have tried to have my number one priority be server performance and optimization, because too many times in Minecraft you have a mod that you really like, you go ham with the mod, and suddenly your computer just dies because it just can't handle it. Here we are, over 10 years, almost 15 years since Minecraft came out, and I'm still watching people play modded Minecraft at 20 FPS. And it's like, that's where we're at. Like, it's like, if you're not really paying attention to performance, you can destroy performance on a computer really fast with a really simple feature. It doesn't take much to just obliterate the performance. And so I'm really focusing on that with vintage engineering. At least I'm trying. There's definitely some areas of improvement. Right now I'm in the mode of like, let's get the feature in and get it working, and then and then kind of doing a rewrite. And I'm at that point now of going back to old features that have been implemented that have bugs in them. There are some bugs with vintage engineering, and in order to fix those bugs, I can go back and sort of like reimagine how this feature might work. And mainly right now we're looking at like there's 2 main bones of problems right now with vintage engineering. Chunk load shenanigans, where, and this applies both to the pipes network and the electrical network. There's some quirkiness happening when you could set up a network, and then you could leave the area, and then when you come back to the area, depending on the load order of the chunks, if the chunks load in a certain order, it breaks. Everything breaks because like it I try my best to handle any crashes, but what I don't do, it tries to grab the crash, and it's not hard, but it'll crash behind the scenes. If you're not watching like the log files and stuff, if it crashes behind the scenes, then it kind of scrambles the data, and I need to revisit this. And so I'm thinking about recoding it. And so the machines themselves, once they're wired into a network, they basically will broadcast whenever they're loaded or unloaded. They will broadcast to the network, "Hey, I'm either loading or I'm unloading," and that will inform the network, "Hey, this block is now loaded," right? And it basically will try to enforce to refresh the network, whatever network it's applied to. And I'm really trying to make it so if you have like a power network that goes off your render distance, like if it's not loaded anymore, right? The machines and all the stuff that's not loaded, it won't be loaded, right? And then as you like go to that area and load them all in, they'll just basically be like, "Hey, I'm informing the network, blah 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 blah." And yeah, there was somebody that in one of the posts, he literally started building a system that was another layer on top of the block entity system that would keep block entities technically in memory, technically simulating, even if they were unloaded in the chunk. And then when they loaded back up, it would resynchronize the data with the part that was in memory. And like, he was like, "Yeah, I did this code," and he linked the code, and he's like, "You can use it if you want." I started it, and real life stuff kind of got in the way. And I just was thinking about it, like, how many ways could that corrupt and crash? Like, you're literally loading duplicate copies of block entities to simulate in memory, and then trying to synchronize them whenever they load, and then if they're loaded, then you don't have to simulate them separately. And then how do you oh my god, my brain just kind of scrambled at that point. I was like, no, I can't deal with that. I would be more apt to do a chunk loader, which I actually found the code to be able to do that. Not sure if it works at all. Like, so few people do chunk loading. I don't even know if that functionality in the base game is even possible. Yeah, so I'm thinking about it's gonna be cold as hell on Monday. Like, it's gonna be brutally cold. And well, I was thinking about doing like just a simple dev stream on Vintage Engineering, because that's the last mod I have to update. All of my other mods have been updated to 1.20, and so I want to do a Vintage Engineering update, with the process of, you know, loading it up, figuring out what's wrong, seeing the errors, and doing all that live, which is kind of embarrassing because stuff can go wrong pretty fast. But doing all that live, and I think Monday would be a good time to do that. I could have a fire going and behind me, and just kind of relax and do a little stream for Monday. Because I do want to start up the Vintage Engineering dev streams again. And for at least the time being, until Renegade runs off to do actual work again, I want to keep Wednesdays, you know, multiple. Again, I'm going to probably add another. So if it's Monday, it might be Mondays. It might be a different day all the time. I know schedule would be better, but sometimes it doesn't work out. So yeah, I'm hoping to do a Monday stream if I'm mentally ready for it. To do a dev stream on Monday and just update vintage engineering, just what exists right now, just update it for 1.20 and then call that, and then we can work into going forward, like more bug fixes in writing, and how to approach that. But again, I don't have a big well of experience when it comes to vintage engineering and these features. I don't have a big well of experience of how to implement these. So problems that arise from vintage engineering, problems that arise because of the mod is coded a certain way. It's coded a certain way because that's intuitively kind of how I thought to solve a problem. Now, people who have been programming Minecraft mods for the last 10 years are pretty well informed on how to do it, right? They know the best way of solving certain problems, or just in general how to solve certain problems. So for me, I'm just kind of winging it. I don't. There's no like playbook, like how to implement this system or that system, whatever. I just kind of have to do what I think is right, and then go back and tweak it if it's not. Whereas if somebody came in and they knew and had some experience, they'd be like, "Oh, you need to implement. You need to do it this way, way better." And I would be like, "Yes, great. That's an answer." But I've actually looked at a lot of mods. I've looked at Immersive Engineering's code. I've looked at a lot of code for a lot of Minecraft mods. It's an impossible amount of shit that you have to discern and sort of peel back the onion of how the hell they implemented certain features. Because you not only have, with most of these mods, you not only have Forge or NeoForge or Fabric, whatever API is layered on top of the game, you have an API. And then you have usually mods that have their own API, right? So they have their own library mods that they themselves do. So if you're looking at a specific machine or a generator or whatever, there's like layers and layers of code and objects that they're referencing. And it's just like, how do you keep track of all that in your head? When you look at an import on the top of a Java header, it's just like 50 different things. How do you code like that? I don't know. So it's really hard for me to like drill down and be like, all right, how do they implement like the immersive thing, right? How did they implement the wire? I looked. I was desperate to know how they did it, and I could not make heads or tails. I just couldn't figure it out. So yeah, I would love if somebody would be like, hey, let's get this polished, done. I would be more than happy if somebody were to help. It's very hard to find. Hard to find. But that's going to do it for today's stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself today. Subscribe if you're new to the channel, and consider being a patron or channel member and joining us on these lovely streams. Going forward, again, Monday I'll probably do a little dev stream. It'll be a cold day dev stream. And then Wednesday we'll jump back in again, and I don't know what we'll tackle. There's just builds and stuff. I don't really have a big wish list of stuff to do. I do want to do the SPS and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully we'll have enough polonium and plutonium and stuff for getting that system up and running. We're going to need a lot of it. So yeah, fun times. So yeah, that'll be on Wednesday, obviously. So hope everybody has a great rest of your weekend. Thanks to everybody who's played today and who's come by and chatted with us. And big thanks to Mainline again for signing up to be a channel member, and thanks to all my patrons. And a huge thanks to Nominate again for allowing us to use this server and to keeping the server up. I honestly, it's impressive. So yeah, thank you all for coming by, and have a great rest of the weekend.